Are we? Oh, okay. I flicked the switch. FYI. Hot mic.
This is the...
Are you? Is your mic on? It doesn't. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I'm going to call to order the Napa City Council roll call.
Council members Alessio, present. Luros via teleconference. Present. Sedgley.
Here.
Vice Mayor Gentry.
Yay!
Mayor Teckle.
Present. To the city clerk, are there any changes to the agenda or supplemental reports?
There are no changes to the agenda, Mayor. We do have supplemental reports. For item 4, we have emails from Casey Lyons, William Collins, Julio Carrillo, and Wendell Coleman. For items 6A, 6B, and 6C, we have PowerPoint presentations by city staff. For item 7A, we have a letter of support from Ronaldo Latouche, maybe, in support. And we have, for item 7B, a memo that was submitted from the Materials Diversion Administrator, Kevin Miller, with slight revision to Exhibit A to the Attachment 1 and an updated resolution for that item. And for item 8A, PowerPoint presentation by city staff.
Okay, I will now go to the city manager, who has arranged for us to get a briefing from the county public health officer.
Yes, Karen Reluccio, the public health official, is on the line ready to give a briefing. She apologized early on. She originally had a 4 o'clock meeting that has now been changed to 3:45, so she is going to give us as much time as possible.
Okay, Karen, you're on.
Hi, is this Karen? Hi, Dr. Reluccio, this is Tiffany Crowns, the city clerk. I am going to put you on speakerphone, so you will be live with city council. Just 1 second. Dr. Reluccio, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Woohoo, success. You are officially our first call-in speaker to a council meeting, so welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
So we're ready for you, Dr. Reluccio.
Oh, just start an update? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good afternoon. So this is Dr. Reluccio, Health Officer and Public Health Director in Napa County. So I'm here to give a situational update. In Napa County, we have 54 cases and 2 deaths. In California, about 34,000 cases with 1,200 deaths. In the United States, we have over 810,000 cases with over 43,000 deaths, and then worldwide, it's 2.5 million with 175,000 deaths. So a lot of our cases are in the city of Napa with 36, followed by the city of American Canyon with 6 cases, and then otherwise there's 1 in Calistoga, St. Helena, and then a bunch in the unincorporated areas. So in our live stories map, which is on our website, we now have a new map that outlines the number of cases. And we have 18 people that have recovered. So this is being reported for the first time today, the amount of recovered cases. And then in terms of demographics, the number of people that have are cases, most of them were aged 18 to 49, so 32, about 60% of them are aged 18 to 49, 24% 50 to 64, and then 13% over 64, and those aged 0 to 17, we have 2 new cases. That makes up 3.7% of cases. And then most, in terms of race ethnicity, most of our cases are white, followed by Hispanic. So 51% white, almost 39% Hispanic, and then other races otherwise. And then mostly we're mostly seeing females that are being diagnosed with COVID-19. About 65% female and 35% male. And then the number of tests, we're now at 1,135 tests with public health doing over 280 tests, and then other health centers doing 853 tests. And then I think in terms of outbreaks, we have not seen any COVID. We have only seen one COVID-19 out, and that was in a healthcare facility. So just in terms of other indicators, so we're looking at doubling time. So doubling time is an indicator of how much transmission we're seeing, and our doubling time had increased from 3 days to 12 days, which is good news. That's our goal. The goal of our shelter-at-home area is, or shelter-at-home order, is to decrease that transmission time because we also don't want to see hospital surge. And then just in case, and the reason why we want to make sure to do that is to prevent too much surge where the hospital can't handle it. If we were to do nothing, we could see anywhere from 600 to 1,200 cases in May to June. But if we have good intervention, meaning we have a good shelter-at-home order, it could be in the double digits instead of the triple digits. So just in terms of other, there's a lot. This is a very complex incident. So just in terms of updates that are coming down the pike very soon, is about relaxing the shelter-at-home order just a little bit. So as you already have heard, the governor had done a press release last Tuesday to talk about the criteria to modify the shelter-at-home order, and it really depends on several factors. So the ability to monitor and protect our communities through testing, contact tracing, isolating, and supporting those who are positive or exposed. The ability to prevent infection in people who are at risk for more severe disease, such as those with underlying medical conditions or those who are over 60 years of age. The third factor is the ability of the hospital and health systems to handle the surges, whether they have enough equipment, personnel, medications, and supplies, and of course, protective equipment. And then the fourth factor is the ability to develop therapeutics to meet the demand. The fifth factor is the ability for businesses, schools, and child care facilities to support physical distancing. And then the sixth one is the ability to determine when to reinstitute certain measures, such as the shelter-at-home orders when necessary. So what will be coming down the pike really soon in this act, I have a meeting about this, but this is our shelter-at-home order. This is going to add the requirement for face coverings, and then we're also allowing for golf with physical distancing plan and COVID-19 supervisors to ensure compliance, as well as expanding construction. So this allows for all construction that's up to the governor's order with a physical distancing plan and a COVID-19 supervisor to ensure compliance. And it all allows for landscaping and gardening with physical distancing. It's not out yet. There's more work to be done. So aside from that, we're just continuing to increase testing capability through partnerships. And we have a partnership with Core Response and Verily. They are setting up this week, and the whole goal is to be able to increase our testing capacity with partnerships with the community. And then we're continuing our case and contact investigation and ramping up staffing as we're seeing more cases and contacts, as well as doing active surveillance of residential care facilities. And then we're monitoring and testing symptomatic inmates, homeless, and residents of congregate sites such as nursing homes or other residential care facilities. And then supporting isolation facilities, we're all supplementing staffing for outbreaks in congregate settings. And then we're continuing to plan for medical surge and alternate care sites. That's the end of my report. Thank you.
We have a question. Councilwoman Gentry, was that a question that you have?
No, I just want
Okay.
Dr. Reluccio, this is Liz
You're not on.
at the Green.
Dr. Reluccio, this is Liz Alessio. Hello.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your report and taking time to share this with us. I also watched the report you gave to the Board of Supervisors this morning. That was also very helpful. The face covers, as you mentioned, that's going to be required. And there's confusion about when you need to wear a face cover and when you don't. And I think that would be really helpful that we can educate ourselves and our community. Do you have some guidelines on that you're recommending?
So the purpose of face coverings is to protect the wearer. I mean, not to protect, it's to prevent the wearer from spreading disease to others. So if I'm wearing a face covering and I'm shedding COVID-19, the face covering prevents me from spreading COVID-19 to another person. So that 25% of people that with COVID-19 disease don't have symptoms. So the whole idea with the face covering is to prevent further transmission.
So to clarify, so somebody's out taking a walk, they don't need a face cover, but if they go indoors someplace, especially like a grocery store, but they go into an enclosed place, is that where it's going to be required? Or will there be requirements that will outline when the public needs to wear these?
Yeah, so right now we're grappling between strongly recommend and require. I think that, where it's really the most useful is inside. If you're in a closed space and you know you're going to be in the same room with other people, then a face covering should be worn to prevent transmission. If you're taking a walk outside and you're far away from everybody else, then there isn't a reason to wear a face covering. But if you know you're going to go inside a closed area, you should wear a face covering.
And even if you're 6 feet apart, if you're enclosed?
Yeah, so there is evidence that sometimes people that sing or they talk loudly, they have more of an ability to transmit virus further along, mainly because they could talk louder. So it's really, I think it's better to have the face covering because somebody could actually spread further than 6 feet. It just depends on what they're doing.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have one more question. Vice Mayor Gentry.
Yes, Doctor, thank you so much for your help and your information. Quickly want to ask you about testing. The counties around us have had more testing than us. Is there some hope on the horizon for us to have more testing?
Yes. So I think, I know people look at absolute numbers and I think that proportionate to our population, we have just as many tests to per capita as other counties, but we are going to see more. And it's not just about public health being able to do more testing, but it's also seeing more capacity in Kaiser. Adventist Health is going to have testing, and I know that Queen of the Valley has ramped up their testing because they have an in-house test. And then with our partnership with Core Response and Verily, that'll increase our testing capacity. So we will continue to see it increase. It has been a slow process, and the governor's goal is to make sure that 20,000 tests per day can be done in California at the end of April. So that's the goal. I think they're going to get there, but I think that a lot of the testing capacity tends to be increased in more populated areas. But we're going to keep screaming for it.
Before you go, Dr. Relucio, are you working with the other counties in the Bay Area to have a coordinated approach?
Yes. I'm Napa is a member of the Association of Area Health Officials. So we coordinate. We have calls like 2 to 3 times a week, just to be, pretty much close to the same page on all of our moves or what we're doing. So, for example, the whole strategy for shelter at home came from the central 7 counties that had a lot more cases. So, as a result, we followed suit, but we got also a lot of information of the outbreak that was happening in those areas that led to the counties that surround the central 7 to make a decision to start doing the same. And I think that has really helped, determine our decisions. So we talk to each other a lot. And the next step with loosening the order I believe we are going to be on the same page.
One final one as you leave, Councilmember Sedgley.
Thank you, Doctor. This is Scott Sedgley. Early on, you mentioned 6 criteria that counties can evaluate when they determine how they handle their shelter at home. Testing, prevention, can handle a surge, to example, support businesses that can support social distancing. How do you have an idea on how Napa County is measuring up to those 6 criteria?
Yeah, I think that this is, we're not going to be able to develop therapeutics. We're going to depend on others to be doing that because we don't have, a pharmaceutical company. But I think, for the first one, we are expanding our, which is the ability to monitor and protect our communities through testing, contact tracing. We're expanding our capacity to do that as we see more cases. And we're fortunate to be able to continue to do isolation and quarantine of cases and contacts. There are some other counties that can no longer do that because they've actually, they have so much that they can't handle it. So they're just not doing it. I think that we've done a lot of planning to really hit most of these. And the last one, which is the ability to determine when to reinstitute certain measures, we're going to have to work together as California and the Bay Area counties to determine when to turn that around. But we have a lot of I have a lot of really smart people that are my counterparts in other counties, so we advise each other.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for giving us some of your time today. We really appreciate it and know you got lots of work to do. So continue. You're representing us really well, and we appreciate the work you're doing.
Okay. Well, thank you for having me.
So we will say goodbye to Dr. Lucio and continue on with our meeting. We are to item 4, public comment. During the public comment portion of this meeting, the public is invited to address the council on any item of interest. However, if the subject of the public comment is not on the agenda, state law limits our ability to respond. City Clerk, could you explain to our viewers how public comment process will work this afternoon?
Happy to, Mayor. So we have 2 forms of public comment that will be happening this afternoon. One, typical to the past 2 or 3 meetings we've held, we're accepting email submissions of public comment. Those listening and watching from their homes are able to submit emails to clerk, CLERK, at cityofnapa.org. Emails that were submitted prior that have the in the subject line, please read, and a reference to the item number they wish to be read and are under 500 words or less will be read into the record. We received some prior to the meeting, and you are able to submit those please read comments during the meeting as well, as long as it's still public comment for that item. So the mayor will open public comment and close it. Items received after the public comment period on that item will still be put into the record and provided for council's review. We've added on this afternoon the option to telephone in your comments. By doing so, we ask that those who wish to speak via telephone called and registered with the clerk's office in advance prior to 1 p.m. So we do have 2 callers that have taken advantage of this new feature, and the clerk's office will be calling those members, and then I'll be transferring them through, similar to what we just did with Dr. Reluccio. So for the general public item, we do have 2 phone calls, and also I believe 2 emails to be read as of right this moment. So I'll get to the first phone call, which I believe is James Hinton. So just give me one moment. Good afternoon. Is this James? Hi, James. This is Tiffany. I'm going to put you on speaker so you'll be live with council. Similar to when you're in public, you'll have 3 minutes. The timer will sound when you have 30 seconds to wrap up, and then it will sound again when the 3 minutes is up. So just 1 second. Okay, James, you're now on with the council.
Well, thank you. That was James. This is James Hinton, 3574 Hunter Circle, calling in from home. I encourage you in the future, like Liz Alessia was saying, to tune in to the Board of Supervisors meeting every Tuesday morning, where they lead off with a 30 to 45-minute, maybe an hour, comprehensive message from Dr. Karen Relucio there. This morning she was touching on vitamin D and some other essential vitamins, vitamin A and vitamin C, and how vitamin deficiency impacts certain people of our community that are really vulnerable to the coronavirus. But I don't want to get sidetracked with that too much. I'm glad that our city is not requiring masks like other cities and things are doing. I think some of that stuff is starting to overreach and be a little bit unnecessary. The people who are most vulnerable that are worried should remain sheltered at home and stay away from everybody else in the meantime. But, you know, once again, yesterday was a holiday, and I have yet to see any negative news back from the celebration of cannabis, the 420. Not that there was any events or anything like that. As you can see, the people who are using this, they're very responsible people. They stay home. They mind their own business. They're not out driving, starting problems, doing crazy activity, okay? And in other cities, this is an essential business. This is still keeping people working. This is still bringing in revenue to the city so that we can still have fire and police and all those essential services we still want to have. And, you know, as more businesses are going to go out due to the economic impacts of this virus, I'm wondering when this council is finally going to retable the conversation on the recreational commercial cannabis industry and start having stores that are open past 6 p.m. in normal locations where people who have an ID over 21 years old and they're responsible, they can come in, if they have money, buy their products, just like they do right now for anything else they're trying to relieve stress with. We don't have that yet. You have one store that's run by the Mondavi family that's medical only, and it's only open, certain hours a day. It's in a very hard-to-get-to location due to construction impacts and everything else. And it's not the kind of access that Napa needs, deserves, and you're not bringing in the revenue that you could be, which you're going to really have to look in the future at your resources and how you're bringing money in, because you got a big police force, a big fire department, and I'm sure most of those guys want to keep their jobs.
Thank you, James.
That's all.
Okay, the timer went off, James, so we'll call you back at the next item. I have you on for another item.
Well, thank you. So, do I have to be on hold so long each time?
No. I'll have Paulette call back and touch base with him.
Okay.
We're learning. It's
a process. Okay.
James, Paulette, we'll call you back. Okay, next up we have Wendell Coleman. Thanks for holding. Is this Mr. Coleman? Hi, Mr. Coleman, this is Tiffany, the city clerk. I'm going to put you on speakerphone while you'll be on with city council. Just a reminder, you have 3 minutes. There will be a timer that will sound in the background when you have 30 seconds to wrap up, and then it will beep again when the 3 minutes has ended. Okay? Okay, 1 second, please.
No problem.
Okay, you're on with council.
Okay. Hello, council members, Tetzel, Gentry, Alessio, Liros, and Sedgley. My name is Wendell Coleman, and I learned about this meeting today on Facebook through Ms. Doris Gentry's Facebook page. So I wanted to address a couple of issues based on a personal experience that I've had. Based on the budget for the district attorney's office,
versus the budget for the Public Defender's Office in the 2018 through 2019 grand jury report, there's a difference in budget allocation. The DA's office receives roughly $12.5 million, and the Public Defender's Office is limited to $5 million. My concern here is the ability to uphold the integrity of the Sixth Amendment due process right authorized by the United States Constitution, wherein you're dealing with a budget of $12.5 million versus $5 million. I don't see how the capabilities or the access to resources is going to be fair in order to give a potential defendant the proper resources and tools prior to intelligently defend him or herself in the court of law, with the public defender, of course. This also seems to invite potential civil rights violations as unbalanced economic resources definitely will curb or compromise one's ability to level the playing field, per se. I have personally dealt with several cases from inmates that were given public defenders, and there are basic fundamental expectations that are not provided by the public defender's office. For example, the discovery package. If a defendant doesn't understand what type of information is available, they're not going to understand what type of decision that they want to make based on the limited information that they're given. They're forced to conjecture and ultimately end up taking deals. This happens a lot. 30 seconds. I also have on my Facebook page at Napa Civil Rights Advocate Habeas AU several documents that demonstrate judicial fraud with minute orders, denial of the right to hire private counsel, and a host of other civil rights violations. In fact, I have them in federal court, case number 201535JSC with Northern District Court. Last but not least, I would like to know if there are any specifics to the coronavirus. Is that it?
Yep, that's it.
Thank you.
Yes, your comments are related to the county of Napa and not the city of Napa. And so you made an interesting comment, but you really do need to go to the county of Napa. Both the public defender and district attorney are under their jurisdiction.
Okay. As far as being members under the umbrella of Napa, period, I think that this is a community issue, and anything that you guys could do to assist in addressing those issues would be phenomenal.
All right.
And I apologize for not having that understanding prior to addressing the council. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you, you as well.
And now we have emails, or we have emails.
Emails to be read, yes. So the first email that we have is from Valerie Wolf. City Council members, Valerie Wolf, 389 Franklin Street, across from pending electromagnetic radiating cell antenna, speaking on the health of the commons. From the invisible rainbow. In 1889, power line harmonic radiation began. From that year forward, the Earth's magnetic field bore the imprint of the power line frequencies and their harmonics. In that year, exactly, the natural magnetic activity of the Earth began to be suppressed. This affected all life on Earth. The power line age was ushered in by the 1889 pandemic of influenza. In 1918, the radio era began. The radio era was ushered in by the Spanish influenza pandemic of 1918. In 1957, the radar era began. The radar era was ushered in by the Asian flu pandemic of 1957. In 1968, the satellite era began. The satellite era was ushered in the Hong Kong flu pandemic of 1968. The other two mileposts of technology are the beginning of the wireless era and the activation of the high-frequency active research program. Currently, with the deployment of the electromagnetic radiating cell antenna, I have questions about the current pandemic. Noah Webster wrote in 1799 on page 38 of A Brief History of Epidemic and Diseases, if the atmosphere is at times electrified beyond the degree which is usual and necessary to preserve the body in a due state of excitement, the nerves must be too highly excited and under a continued operation of undue stimulus become extremely irritable and subject to debility. And our next public comment is from Amanda Steiner. Good evening, council members. My name is Amanda Steiner, SEIU Field Representative of NCA SEIU. The unions have been asked to make concessions in order to assist in addressing the city's projected shortfall of $15 to $20 million in 2021 fiscal year. Specifically, the unions are being asked to make up $4 to $9 million of that amount. Particularly troubling to NCAA at the outset is that we are told the $11 million include program cuts and there will be a reduction in force. We haven't received accurate data and the scarcely an explanation for how the revenue shortfall projections have been made. Specifically, we've been told the CARES Act has no impact. We can understand the approximately 350,000 not having a significant total impact on the 15 to 20 million shortfall projected and even the stimulus checks. But the lack of consideration to expansions of unemployment, paycheck protection, and small business loans are not being factored into the projections. We believe there is sufficient research to indicate these supplements do not make a difference to the economy. We've asked questions about the modeling. How did the city derive an assumed 30% drop in fiscal year 21 for TOT taxes? How were the quarterly assumptions of decreases in TOT derived? This was not a request for answers, such as discussions with local business leaders or discussions or review of similarly situated California cities. A model has assumptions, inputs, and outputs. What numbers went in and why? It is not good enough to state we talk to people, and council should be asking these questions. Why has the city concluded that now is not the time to use more of its emergency reserve funds? Truthfully, it is a global pandemic killing tens of thousands of people with unemployment rates possibly exceeding what happened during the Great Depression. Is not considered an emergency. What is? Since the city began its emergency reserve, how often has it been used, if ever? The balance was $11.3 million in fiscal year 2017, $12.5 million in fiscal year 2018, and $13 million in fiscal year 2019. That number has increased from $7.5 million in fiscal year 2010. Isn't it a bit of circular logic to state that you cannot use the emergency reserve because what if there is another emergency? By definition, emergencies are not expected to occur often. That is the nature of the definition of an emergency reserve. That is why you have other reserves such as the operating and contingency reserves. We have many more questions and will submit them to your city's team. However, before the city rushes into needing concessions and layoffs, the city council needs to be asking questions about the assumptions being presented. And certainly the city needs to consider the compounding effects of laying off workers and how that further impacts the economy, your immediate community, and the services your citizens need and expect. I have attached a document of questions we think that the City Council should be asking of the city's leadership team. Thank you for your time. Respectfully, Amanda Steiner. And Mayor, I'm just going to do one last check to see if we have any more emails. And it doesn't look like we have any more emails for public comment.
Okay, since
you.
we've received no additional comments from the public via email or phone, we will now conclude the general public comment portion of this agenda. Any additional emails received will be submitted as part of the written record, and just need to start that we're just at the beginning of the process of understanding how financially COVID-19 is going to affect the city of Napa, and today we're going to get several more briefings on the assumptions and what we're looking at, but we look forward and expect to be working with our employees as we gather the data. At this point, we are at the consent calendar. Is there a request to pull a consent calendar item? Were there any requests to pull any consent calendar items? I'm looking to Tiffany, and then I'll look to Liz. No? Okay. All right. Liz?
Sorry, I need to touch my button there. Item of 5C, I just more have a comment. I don't need a presentation. Just want to make a comment for the record on that item.
Okay. So you're going to pull it? Yes. All right. Any other items we want pulled, or is there a motion on the consent calendar?
I move the remainder of the consent calendar.
I have a motion and a second. We will now have a roll call vote, and I will go to the city clerk.
Councilmember Alessio?
Yes.
Councilmember Luros?
Aye.
Councilmember Sedgley?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gentry?
Yes.
Mayor Tuckle?
Aye.
Okay, all ayes.
We are now going to take up item 5C, which was the accessory dwelling unit ADU ordinance amendment. This is the second reading of this ordinance, and Councilmember Alessio had a comment, I believe.
I do, and this was something I pulled at our last council meeting too. Looking for the ordinance on our website. I think it could be more accessible on our website. I see a link for the junior ADU and other housing programs. This one wasn't easy to find. I'm still looking for it, honestly. My biggest concern is it doesn't address the fees. It's been a concern of mine that our fees are high, and it's financially burdensome for locals to build ADUs, not only because of the cost of building and the cost of building from labor to supplies, but our fees are also, in my opinion, very difficult, and it becomes a barrier to encourage locals to build ADUs, which is essentially another form of creating housing that's affordable for our workforce and for locals and for folks who are retiring. So it's not being addressed in this amended ADU order, but I would like to ask if there's support of council here to have staff at some point review the fees for the ADU so we can hopefully make it more accessible and doable for our local residents.
Can I just, for information, where are we in the process? Because we've been in the process of looking at them.
At the fees?
Yes.
I would need Finance Director Brett to either come up
Or
or
Vin?
Vin Smith, either
Okay.
one, or both.
Yeah, because we've looked at them. I'm not sure when it's coming back, and I think that would be.
I'll let Vin talk first. No way, you got the better suit. So, I think generally we have analyzed these fees specifically, but I think more generally as we look at fees throughout the city, we're continuing to evaluate it, and have hired a consultant to evaluate our fee structure as a city as a whole. there is a balance between the cost recovery needs and policy needs that your board, or your council, excuse me, would make relative to specific programs. And I think that is a balance that needs to be taken on a case-by-case basis, but I think part of that analysis should really be, especially as we kind of look to move forward in recovery out of this pandemic related to the ADUs, but also fees in general, that we, I think as a city, have less ability to supplant our cost recovery moving forward than we may have had in the past. And I just think that's something that should be considered as we evaluate fees. I'll let Mr. Smith go into the specifics of ADUs, but just when we look at fees in general, cost recovery becomes important to how we kind of maintain our structure as a city as we move forward with service delivery in general. So I'll just leave it with that caveat.
And then specific to accessory dwelling units, as you all know, we've reported in the past, the state adopted some restrictions on the ability for the city to charge impact fees on ADUs over 750 square feet. So the numbers for ADUs for 750 square feet and under are substantially reduced from what they have been. And then anything that's over that is prorated on a per square foot basis. So it's not just, it tips the scale to the full amount. There are a couple of fees that we do not control. One is the Napa sanitation connection fees, and the other is the school district square footage fees. Those have not changed. Both of those organizations have held fast on their requirements. Napa sanitation has dropped for under 500 square feet and for affordable housing, but they haven't adjusted for the new state adjustments.
So in regards to a resident looking at the fees in general for ADU, where do they go to find the full ordinance and the fees that are listed or attributed to the ADU that they would?
My recommendation would be that they would go to the newly established one-stop shop website that's up and running at this point.
So Napa Valley Community Foundation is up and running?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't know that.
I believe we announced that in a Napa Friday, in a Friday announcement a week or so ago.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So that's the easiest and quickest resource. Mm-hmm. It's the most robust resource because it does provide some connections to other individuals that can help people that are interested in that, calculating those fees, calculating costs. Really, the fees are really not the tipping scale for whether or not we have found the tipping is not the tipping scale of whether or not an individual wants to pursue an ADU. It's the cost of construction that's been the tipping scale of whether or not they're capable or interested in doing the project.
I would add that there's a shock factor that occurs after the fees continue to mound. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's something, again, as we go through the year and looking perhaps at the housing element and get involved in it, an in-depth look at this program makes some sense.
Yeah, I mean, we have a housing crisis. We did before the pandemic. We certainly will do and will continue, especially as we see folks, their housing becoming less stable because of what's happening. So yeah, the city we're hurting as a city, but residents are also hurting. So thank you very much.
And do you want to move the second reading of the ADU ordinance?
Also move item 5C, which is approving the second reading of the final passage and adopt an ordinance amending the Napa Municipal Code section 17.06.30 definitions and repealing existing section 17.52.015 accessory dwelling unit ADU in its entirety and replacing it with a new section 17.52.015 accessory dwelling unit ADU and determining that the actions authorized by this ordinance are exempt from CEQA.
Is there a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Councilmember Alessio?
Yes.
Councilmember Luros?
Aye.
Councilmember Sedgley?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gentry?
Yes.
Mayor Tekel?
Aye. We are now moving on to administrative reports, and the response and what we're needing to do for COVID-19 internally and with the community is large. And so we have tasked our city manager to kind of put it all together and update us and update the community on what's been going on and what programs are being looked at.
Right. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. This is an action item where I'll be requesting that the continuation of the proclamation for local emergency and authorize the city manager to take actions necessary as the director of emergency services to respond to the coronavirus COVID-19 will be made at the end. So I think before I start, I really want to say that it's a very difficult time for the community. We all know that. We all know the suffering that people are going through. There's going to be quite a bit of discussion today about some positive things that our economic development team is doing and what our housing is doing, housing division, as well as our PIO. And I don't want that in any way to take away from the suffering that individuals are going through or the loss that some families have had here or the stress that people are going through with this. So I'm keeping that in mind. I will go ahead and get started, which kind of the overview today is with the emergency response update. And I think the easiest thing for me to do on that is to say that Dr. Reluccio just gave us a very comprehensive update on it. The information is up to date on the county webpage. We are up to over 30 cases in the city of Napa itself. We are over, I think we're at 54 countywide at this point. The numbers keep increasing. We have not seen them dropping off. So it's still a concern and something that we really need to be aware of. We need to really push the messages of social distancing, hygiene, and really practicing good preventative techniques so that none of us, none of our loved ones, none of our neighbors, our friends, or our community members come down with the virus. The other is we'll talk some about regional coordination activities, how we're working with the county, and then also on how we're planning on the recovery portion of this at this point. So for the emergency response, we do have 3 briefings that we go through from the EOC at the county. Every week we have staff that listens into those. As you know, most meetings are not done in person anymore. They're done electronically or over the internet. So we have simultaneous responses that we're doing. We have 3 that are paralleling each other. There's the health and safety aspect, in which we are working with the county with COAD assistance, providing translation services for the county or through COAD to the citizens who need those. Heavy focus right now is on the fiscal because of the sudden spike in unemployment that this community is seeing, the reduction in TOT and sales tax, and the reduction, we even see it in the payment of water bills at this point, which causes us concern because some of our citizens, although we are not doing water shutoffs and we're not charging late fees, we're afraid that they might dig themselves into a hole that's going to be harder to come out on the other end. So we're going to, or we need to reach out and encourage people to either seek assistance or get some help with that so that they don't get too far behind. And then the third area that we're looking at, and we've already had one meeting, is we've established a team that will address recovery, and they've had their first meeting and things are looking good there. So, so the business resource assistance is something that our economic development department of 2 has really taken on under Vin Smith's leadership. The City of Napa, we've set up a City of Napa business resource page. There's small business marketing and social media assistance, establishment of comprehensive business contact lists so that we're able to more quickly and better communicate with businesses. Scott will remember years ago that used to be part of the EOC where we had a list of all the businesses by address, owner, and their home phone numbers, and we would call them. Now we're coming up with electronic ways to get in touch with them. We're also working to provide support for small businesses with the Napa Solano Small Business Development Center to work on loan applications and other assistance for small businesses. And one that the Economic Development Department is working on now with some funding, additional funding that we received from CDBG, is to work on a micro loan program. We don't have the criteria set at this point for that program because it's still being worked out and worked up at the same time, but it is something that we hope will be able to provide some relief to some of our local businesses. So we're also working within the CARES Act and with the SBA Economic and Injury and Disaster Loans programs to help the small businesses. One, we saw a significant hit to our downtown restaurant business. And one of the things that our parking manager was able to do was to set up 18 different curbside parking zones so that people are able to do pickup. A lot of the restaurants are also doing takeout, but we wanted to give a priority to the parking downtown so that those businesses can do as well as they can do in this current environment. So we also have a nonprofit resource task force. Again, it's working with the COAD to provide staffing help and bilingual services for emergency financial assistance programs. The City of Napa COVID-19 business resource webpage has been set up. It's a comprehensive list of resources and guidelines for local businesses. They developed 2 business flyers. I emailed those to council a little while ago. 5 actions to help local businesses and 5 actions businesses can take. Our PIO and social media stories are being presented weekly, providing updates to the community and also highlighting who our open businesses are so that hopefully we can get some people supporting them. We really like to keep the locals going and like them to be here when we make it through the other side of this virus. So I've already talked about the comprehensive business contact list. So the recovery planning, the Napa TID marketing agreements are update, streamlined business services, business recovery task force, business resource match tool, working with the Workforce Alliance of the North Bay. All those are also being worked on. Those items specifically are being worked on by the Economic Development Department. For housing, specific to homeless, the winter shelter is now a 24-hour operation. It remains open. The Respite Cove is a place where patients who are ill and need to be isolated, in other words, they're symptomatic, are able to go and seek shelter. Abode is also filling the shelters and addressing social distancing needs, as there was space that was created in the shelters as people, more vulnerable folks moved to a motel. They backfilled the open space with that was created by that move. And then the motel shelter for the homeless that are at high risk and have severe disease is also filling up, if not full already. Also housing, so I got behind there. So Catholic Charities has 2 units at Rainbow House that they're using for families who might need to quarantine. Quarantine being that somebody else in the family or in the home is infected and needs to isolate, so the families are able to go to Rainbow House to have a place to live instead of being displaced onto the street. And then last, but I think very importantly, is that the Housing Division under Lark has set out to move $1 million from the home buyers program to a rental and create a rental assistance program to help our local residents who are having a difficult time making their monthly rent payment as much as possible to be able to help them stay in their home. The citywide recovery team was the third category that I had talked about, and they are really put in place to strategically address the recovery process. And it's really the tasks that they have are monitor the economic conditions, project future city revenues, prepare various scenarios for recovery, give me some recommendations, identify and define persistent economic challenges, maybe try to balance out our local economy here with so that we're not as vulnerable to the tourism when we have impacts to the tourism, develop steady state and responsive initiatives, participate regionally and statewide in the discussions. Here we go. Statewide in discussions that to help with the economic recovery and to effectively communicate opportunities to businesses and create community-wide strategic messaging programs. So all those are the tasks that the group has been assigned with that they're starting to work on. But immediately they need to begin the efforts of the recovery team. It's very important to all of us, to many of our people. We hear frequently the need to keep people housed, the food securities, the health care, all needs to take place. So we are doing, through the work of this team, we should be able to provide information to or the resources for that. So again, maximize the positive impacts economically and services to the citizens is what it's all about. And it's to, as soon as possible, when the coronavirus starts to die down and we get the go-ahead from the public health official to really get those things going. It's a lot to go through. It's a lot of work that they're going through. Again, like I say, it's two people from economic development, a small group over in housing. They've done some phenomenal work. There is the recovery team is, I think it's 6 or 7 people assigned to that. It's about 6 or 7 city employees assigned to that. Cross-section of the city departments and different levels within the organization, people with a high output and skill set, very talented people on there. So with that, I will open it up to questions. I do have a group of folks who are here. Lark is here, Vin's here, Brett's here, Fran is here. Everybody is here to answer any questions in more detail since I went through that really quick for you.
Well, I appreciate your leadership in looking down a ways and saying, what do we have to do to get the city and our community through this and then back onto recovery as quickly as we can. And there are things we have to wait out the virus and get the all clear or partial clear, or this can open now. But the work we're doing now, I think, is going to help us be prepared and be ready when we get to start to open up our community.
And I appreciate that, but I do want to say that this is really a team effort, and I want to say that this is probably the strongest team that I have ever worked with, and I am very proud and honored to have each of them here helping the city of Napa.
They make you look good.
They do a great job.
Yeah, they do a good job. Do you have any public comment, any emails, or any phone?
No, I don't think let me see. I think we do have one phone call and he's on hold. Let me get him. It's James Hinton. James, thanks for holding. We are now ready for your public comment for item 6A. I'll put you on speakerphone. Okay. Okay, James, you're on.
Thank you. I was just watching the presentation there by the city manager. Excellent job. I noticed at the point you started talking about the tourism improvement district, and from my previous studies of the district, I learned that they're allowed to go out and borrow money and obtain bonds. And I'm just wondering if anybody's aware, I'm sure they're hurting right now, and they've got that large staff of high salary employees right now, and without almost any any TOT coming in when we're normally getting millions of it. They're normally getting their, they get a couple million a year. So they're getting, they've already been cut out of a lot of dough without any coming in the future. Is that something they're thinking about, going after some kind of a bond or something like that? And if they are to go out and borrow money, I'm not really clear on how the loan is leveraged. Ultimately, let's just say hypothetically they borrow $25 million for the district, and they only paid back half of it. Would the banks eat that, or are the cities or counties or us taxpayers somehow, would we be responsible for that money? I'm just not really sure, but I'd want to think about changing the leadership there before they borrow any money if we're on the hook for it. Thank you.
I guess I can let Steve, but there is new leadership at the Tourism Bureau, and they have cut, I think, their staff in half, if not more than in half, and are strategizing when we get through this, how tourism will be able to slowly come back on. So I'm not concerned about that agency.
Yeah, that's, you make a very good point. The economic development team and Vin speak with Lindsay Gallagher from the TID on a weekly basis. She's been providing a lot of information to us that is very useful regarding the hotel industry around the world. And I will echo what you said, is they have decimated their staff. I believe that they're down to one person, and that's Lindsay over there. So, and I don't think there's any way that Lindsay would ever go out for a bond.
No. Any other comments?
I was going to ask one.
Then go ahead.
Our partners in the Business Recovery Task Force, who's kind of leading that? Is that from ECD, or is that more the chamber, individual business owners? I'm just wondering. We're seeing a lot of that on. I think we've all been copied on a few letters from local businesses on the support since the stimulus money didn't reach a lot of small businesses that had hoped maybe future stimulus money will. But who's kind of heading up this task force?
So our economic development team, Stephanie Kahina in particular, has been coordinating with Travis Stanley of the Chamber, Craig Smith of the Downtown Napa Association, and Gerardo of the Latino Chamber, in an effort to gather some individuals together as a kind of a stakeholder group. And they're in the process of building that team, and it's really driven by the chamber and the DNA. Not it's kind of a staff urged, but industry driven committee.
Thank you for that.
And it's just interesting too that I believe just this afternoon there was passed a new stimulus bill close to $500 million that is focused on small businesses and some hospital recovery. Money.
Hopefully that'll do a better job.
I think that was $500 billion if I didn't say that.
Yeah, and that's good. And of course, it's a little difficult to get that in full swing while we're still in a shelter-in-home order, so that's a little harder to get that out. But thanks for that. Respite Cove, who is managed? Who funds that? Is that part of the county? It's county's funding for. And I haven't heard that term before. I don't need to know where it is, but that's another county one, right?
It is a county facility. Okay. Yes.
I think Mark said state funding.
State funding that came in due to COVID-19? Oh, great. That's good news. Thank you.
All right, I need a motion. Sure.
You see my light over there?
I don't, it's a whole new world.
Thank you for your patience. What do we know about encampments? Are all the encampments, are they now placed or in shelter someplace, or are there still encampments in our communities?
There are still encampments in the community, and as they create space in the various shelters, they contact the homeless that are still out on the street, try to encourage them to go into a facility. However, they receive resistance from
Yeah, I
some
was
of
going
them
to ask if they were complying. Okay.
But the goal is, yes, to get as many into facility as possible to increase the hygiene, or at least hygiene opportunities. They have also placed some restrooms and portable restrooms and hand washing stations in different various areas to assist as well.
Great. Thank you very much. And I also want to thank you, Steve, and your team. I don't know if there's a super PAC 7 or 8. I see just incredible leadership, and just know we're very, very grateful for you. Thank you.
Councilmember Liros, do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
Okay. You were superseded by the PowerPoint for a while there, so I didn't get to see you. So at this point, we need a motion to continue the proclamation of local emergency and to authorize the city manager to take actions necessary as the director of emergency services to respond to COVID-19.
So move.
I have a
Second.
motion and a second. And roll call.
Councilmember Alessio?
Yes.
LaRose?
Aye.
Sedgley?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gentry?
Yes.
Mayor Tuckle?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes.
That is passed, and we are now going to, I think, hear from Lark about the home funds for tenant-based rental assistance. City manager mentioned that we were going to have this opportunity, and I thank Lark and her staff. This is a proactive approach to getting funding where it's needed. So give us an overview, and I'm ready to move this one pretty quickly.
As are we. Let's see. Is that on now?
Yeah.
Okay. Lark Farrell, housing manager, and here today to talk to you about a program we've put together to try to address some of the need in our community for rental assistance. So first of all, what home funds are is they're a federal source that we competitively compete for through the state of California. And typically, Napa, we've used those for home buyer assistance. And there's a variety of other programs that are eligible, including tenant-based rental assistance. So basically, when we saw what was happening in our community as a result of COVID, we started thinking about what we could do as a housing division to support our community. And we actually reached out to the state saying, we have some program income from first-time homebuyer loan repayments. Can we reallocate those and establish a tenant-based rental assistance program aimed at people impacted by COVID-19? And the home contact there said, gosh, you're just a little bit ahead of us, because we were actually going to reach out to awardees of the 2018 application, of which Napa is one, to ask if they wanted to include tenant-based rental assistance as a component of their application, given the situation statewide. So we said, well, yes, and yes. And so we've been working with them about how to best launch that. So currently, we're sitting on about $1 million of program income that have come in, and we had some of it allocated for first-time homebuyers who, unfortunately, because of the COVID-19 uncertainty, have not moved forward with their purchases. So the amount that Steve Potter, the city manager, had mentioned in his presentation actually has increased a little because of that. We have $1 million from our home grant and $1 million available from the the program income that could be available for this. Our proposal would be to allocate $1.4 million of that, because we will have flexibility. If the demand is just so strong for tenant-based rental assistance, we can move more over. If it turns out that folks, are getting back on their feet and aren't interested, then we can move it to the first-time home buyer. But we figured 1.4 would be a good amount to start with. That would probably help a minimum of 58 low-income households in Napa, in the city of Napa. It could be 78. It just really depends on the household size, the amount of their rent, et cetera, and their income. So there is flexibility in this, which we appreciate. So the program really would be targeted to low-income renters who are earning 60% of median income or below. Currently, that's about $60,000 of income for a family of 4. What we want to do is target it to those who have been economically impacted, and we're defining that as having lost 30% or more of their household income as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and also that they're able to lease in place. Due to the shelter-in-place criteria, it's not a good time for people to be out looking for apartments and houses. We'd like to keep them in the units they have now, so their landlord is happy to have them participate in this program, and they're happy to participate. Let's get them going. Again, the units would need to be in the city of Napa. Mobile homes for space rent are eligible as well, and the landlord does need to sign an agreement to participate, and the housing cost, because it is a federal program, needs to be within the guidelines. And I'll touch on that in a minute. How it works is the tenants would pay 30% of their income towards their housing. We would cap our subsidy at, because this is a federal program, 110% of HUD's fair market rents. And then tenants, if they have higher rents, they could pay the difference up to 50% of their incomes. And I actually worked with the state to get them to agree to that higher amount because of the leasing in place. They typically don't want to see tenants paying half of their income, but given the circumstances, they did agree and approve that request. So how it would work if we had a $60,000 income household in a 3-bedroom unit coming to our program, say that their rent and utilities that they're paying would be $2,000, which is below the cap. In that case, the tenant would pay 30% of their income, which is $1,500, and the program would pay $500 a month. And then second scenario I wanted to show you is what if it's somebody at the payment standard, which is for that 3-bedroom unit, $2,983. The tenant would still pay $1,500, but our subsidy would increase to $1,483 a month. And then let's say in the scenario where a tenant had a higher rental unit, they could pay, say it was a $3,900 utilities and rent, they would pay up to 50% of their income. In this case, $2,417 would go from the tenant, and $1,483 would still be what we'd pay because we're capped. So that just kind of illustrate how that would work. So basically, with the priority being people who are impacted economically, we want to get the word out because it's not going to be something through doing like community fairs and sign-ups. We need to try to have people be able to sign up while they're sheltering in place. So COAD has been a great partner in, as we've been looking at designing this program, bouncing it off of them. So we would definitely use their resources through the local assistance center that they've set up virtually to get the word out to folks who are desperate for rental assistance. We would also reach out to other nonprofits in the community who may be hearing from their clients that they're having difficulty paying their rent. Also property managers, as tenants have been notifying them that they can't pay their rent, they're a great source to say, hey, we have a program that you should try to sign up for. Social media through the city and others, the city's website, etc. We're open to all the ideas that people can do. We're proposing that we'd have staff both through the local assistance center, COAD, nonprofits, the housing division, helping people who may not be computer literate because it is an online lottery system. It's using the same platform that we use for Section 8 because we're going to do a waiting list. I didn't want to say first come, first serve, which is sometimes how these work because I didn't want to rush at people trying to show up at our doors to sign up. That would be a dangerous situation. So it'll be for basically a week. We would have it open, getting the word out ahead of time, going through these avenues, and then do a lottery. After that, people could still sign up, but then it would be a, based on when we receive their application type of situation if we still had funding available. So what do we need to do to launch? We need to get the state's final approval. They've approved our guidelines, but there's still some paperwork they need. And then we would activate on outreach and marketing, as I mentioned, holding the lottery, establishing the wait list, and then start approving applications and start the rental assistance. This is not the type of program that it's going to be successful if it takes us 6 months to get off the ground. We need to move quickly. we've targeted early May for our start date, but it is dependent on the states approving things. Did want to mention there's some other efforts that are similarly underway. Yountville also received an award of a 2018 home grant, and they're going to take to their town council a similar program that they want the housing authority to operate for them, which would take some of their funds and allocate it to a similar population in the town of Yountville for rental assistance. Also, at the same time, we've been working with HUD to establish a limited preference for, again, people who have been economically displaced due or impacted by COVID who can rent in their current unit. We are working through that, and hopefully we'll be launching that as well. We would be coming to the Housing Authority Board for those other items. But again, we're trying to move as quickly as we can, and HUD has issued some waivers that help. So we just need to work through that and get here to talk to you guys at the Housing Board meeting. So with that, I do have a very long resolution, 2 resolutions with recommended actions that I'll leave up. My last slide was just if you guys have any questions.
And I have to say, I did get a text from Councilwoman Ruos that she has a question. So, Mary, do you want to go ahead?
Oh, here, I'll try that. I'm going to try
So, Laura, first of all, thank you so much for this. I think there's so many people in our community that need this rental assistance, and it's wonderful that we're able to support it. I do have a few questions. One is that I just want to confirm that the funds stay within the city of Napa. I'm concerned about if someone has to move, if they were certified here in Napa, but then they have to move for whatever reason, do those funds stop?
Yes, the program funds do stay in the city of Napa. Leaving the city of Napa would stop that assistance.
I'm sorry, say that last part?
Leaving the city of Napa, say if a household had to relocate to another community, we would stop the assistance.
Okay. And then I had a question about, kind of along the same vein, how often are people certified? If somebody qualifies in the beginning because maybe they lost their job, but then they get a new job or they get their job back in a few months, do they continue to receive funds?
The program guidelines do require them to report changes in their income, so we would readjust their amount, and if they are above the limit for income, then their assistance would stop.
Okay. And then one last question, can the funds be retroactively applied? For example, if somebody missed their April rent, but they don't receive assistance until May or June, can they receive funds for the back rent that they owe?
I asked that. I tried. Unfortunately, the answer is no. So my hope would be if we could get in here and start assisting quickly the back owed rent, then they could work out a payment plan or look at some other resources that may become available through another program.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you have any call-ins on this item? No call-ins and no emails. All right. Any other council questions?
I'll just follow along
We'll
on
go 1, 2, 3.
Councilmember Lewis's question on the qualifying audits. If you have 50 to 75 families that qualify, that's if you did it monthly or quarterly, that's an undertaking too, I guess. I mean, you do that with Section 8 all the time, so I guess there's a program to do that, and you have staff that would cover that additional workload that has to verify those qualifying.
We are actually looking at staff availability. We do have someone that we've tagged because as the first-time home buyer program we anticipate would be a little slower than normal. Right. We would have staff working on this instead. And it's possible with some of the federal resources that are available, we may be looking at what we need to take on in terms of additional staff. But for this program, for now, we think we have it covered.
Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor Gentry.
My question was, how long can we pay the subsidized rent for somebody? How long are you thinking that once I qualify for it, how long can I get it?
Great question, because I actually meant to mention that. Up to 12 months.
Anything else? Councilwoman or Vice Mayor Gentry? All right. Councilwoman, we're asking.
Thank you very much.
All right, does that make you willing to make the recommended action?
I would love to. Recommended action is to move and adopt a resolution authorizing the Community Development Director to submit an amended 2018 application to the California State Department of Housing and Community Development for a grant up to $1 million under the Home Investment Partnership Program and execute all documents necessary to accept the grant and approving the increase in both revenue and expenditure budgets in the Home Fund by $1 million as documented in budget adjustment number B like in boy E20040503. And would you like me to go ahead and read the second?
You might as well.
Adopt a resolution authorizing the use of home program income to be used for tenant-based rental assistance and approving tenant-based rental assistance program guidelines. With much gratitude.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion by Councilwoman Alessio, second by Councilwoman Luros. Roll call.
Council members Alessio?
Big yes.
Luros? Aye. Sedgley?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gentry?
Yes.
Mayor Teckle?
Aye.
Unanimously passes.
Thank you very much. You can come back anytime, Lark, when you bring us good news for us and for the community.
Thank you. Hopefully soon. But like I said, we have other efforts underway.
Perfect. We're now going to get a brief report on the housing element progress report, and I believe watching him come forward, Michael Walker will be giving this presentation on housing.
All right, thank you, Mayor, Council. Well, it is that time of year again, a little bit later than normal, but it's when we get to take a look at the official housing numbers and check in on the progress of the housing element. Is this thing, do I have to use this? How's this working?
Yeah.
Help is coming. So I'm going to go ahead and dive into the report while we wait on the, how is that? Oh, okay. There we go. Yay. Again, so diving into the report, returning this year in the HCD report are the micro spreadsheets that are full of tons of information for the project and permit data for the reporting year. And again, for the purposes of the reporting year, that term includes activity from January 1 to December 31st of 2019. Table A focuses on housing projects that are deemed complete during the reporting year. A2 is for information for any project or permit's affordability component. Table B provides a summary of prior activity that are permits issued for the housing cycle, including activity for the current reporting year. Table D reports the status and progress of the housing element implementation, and Tables C, E, and F are not applicable to the City of Napa as outlined in your agenda report. Here's a look at a modified version of Table B. The city added 160 units this reporting year, including 92 above moderate, 41 moderate, and 27 low-income units. And these numbers do include 34 accessory dwelling unit permits. Talking a little bit in more detail about that, in prior years we've not had a reliable affordability methodology for calculating how to recognize or categorize ADUs unless they were specifically deed-restricted units. And part of our partnership with the North Bay ADU project, we received a report by the Napa Valley and Sonoma County Community Foundations that found that ADUs tend to rent at 20 to 30% less than comparable apartments. That puts most ADUs in the moderate category. And in talking with other jurisdictions, we found that more modest units such as garage conversions and junior accessory dwelling units would fall in the low income level. Staff did reach out to Housing and Community Development to see if there are other methodologies exist, and they do not. And HCD recommended that jurisdictions rely on local studies or surveys to make the appropriate determination. And as luck would have it, the North Bay ADU project report does qualify as an appropriate means for affordability determination. Some highlights on the reporting year for implementing the housing element. As you all know, the general plan update is underway. We've got some exciting stuff coming up on that. A new survey will be launched this week. You'll probably see that coming out tomorrow. The Junior Unit Initiative provided financing for 2 deed-restricted junior accessory dwelling units. And as previously mentioned, the city partnered with the North Bay ADU project, and the website and one-stop shop is just about ready to go, and they have hired a director for the one-stop shop, Renee Champ, and we are meeting with her to further how we can assist their efforts in getting the word out about how to construct ADUs here in Napa, and of course, it's a Napa-Sonoma project. Redwood Grove is under construction with 34 affordable units and continued assistance program for first-time homebuyers, owner-occupied rehabilitation loans, and emergency grants. So with that, the final action, sorry about that slide, it should say City Council.
I wondered about that.
Is to accept the housing element annual progress report and file with HCD and OPR. Now, because of state statutes, the report has already been filed. It was due by April 1st, so that has been submitted to HCD. They are keeping that open in case there are any edits made by city councils across the state. We can continue to update that as need be. So with that, I'm happy to entertain any questions or motion on the item.
No, I appreciate the update. Vice Mayor Gentry.
Quick question. In the ADUs category on Table B, you've got in 2019, you've got 34, and in 2018, there were 44. How come, why do you think there were so many fewer? How come there were fewer?
In previous years?
Well, in 2018, you have 44.
So
in 2019, there's 34.
Because now, okay, yeah, the ADUs are now included in the appropriate category. So it's, I'm trying to think here. Oh, your question is the actual number of permits. That I couldn't tell you why we've had fewer permits issued this past year. Just we saw a decrease in the number of permits, but we do have a lot more that are receiving their final inspection, so that is another good sign. It's a different report that we do for the Department of Finance, but yeah, I don't know exactly why there were fewer.
Because we've loosened up some of the restrictions and reduced some of the costs, and I would like to see that number really increase, but thank you.
It looks like 2018 was just a big year.
Yeah,
look at the above moderate housing numbers, and the totals for all along. 18
There
was,
might have been second units included with above moderate.
The moderate
units.
houses, very good point. Yeah. Because they're not unit, but
Liz, anything? No? Do we have anybody wishing to?
Nope, no phone comments, no
All right.
emails.
Mary, you're okay? She might have snuck away. You may. All right. We have a motion to accept the housing element progress report. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Alessio. Roll call.
Sorry, my computer was doing something weird. Council members Alessio?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis?
Aye.
Councilmember Sedgley?
aye.
Vice Mayor Gentry?
Yes.
Mayor Teckle?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes.
I almost did present, so I'm multitasking. We are now to item 6D, and this is dealing with the city manager's employment agreement. And we are going to get a report from Fran, I can say this is, I feel, an extremely proactive step by our city manager to model the way about things we need to be thinking about as we deal with the financial challenges.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Council members. My name is Fran Robistoli, Assistant City Manager. And today you're being asked to adopt a resolution amending the employment agreement with City Manager Steve Potter that reduces his overall compensation in response to the fiscal emergency caused by COVID-19. As you all know, we're facing tough times, and the city is not alone in that venture that we've all been plunged into. And Steve thought it was important to address this situation as soon as possible. And in discussions with City Manager Potter, he has put forward reductions in his contract that would essentially go into effect the first pay period following adoption by City Council. Those reductions include deferring his scheduled 3% wage increase that he was due December 2020, this immediate reduction in base salary of 5%, and suspension of his monthly auto allowance of $500 and suspension of his monthly cell phone allowance of $110. All of these would remain in effect during the course of the fiscal emergency that the City Council will be considering here later this afternoon or until the end of fiscal year 2020, whichever would present itself sooner. If the fiscal emergency were to extend beyond June of 2021, City Manager Potter has expressed to me that he is interested in discussing continuation of concessions beyond that if that were to occur. This agreement includes terms of his employment that he previously established with you when he was appointed as city manager, and other than the concessions, there are no other changes. So with that, I will end my presentation and take any questions.
Any questions?
No questions. We did have one phone call for this item, but I don't see my light blinking. So let me check in with staff real quick.
Mary, you okay?
Let me. Oh, I see the lights on.
Okay.
I think it was quicker than she thought, so maybe. Let's see. Oh, okay, here we go. Hi, is this James? Okay, James, I'm putting you on speaker for your comments for item 6D. Here you go. Okay, you're up.
I was just, reading the agenda over the weekend when I saw this item come up, and I clicked on it and I read on it, and I just wanted to say that this is some very noble behavior by our hardworking city manager, Steve Potter, and I hope, unlike the coronavirus, that this type of behavior is contagious. This is going to severely have massive economic impacts on our budget, and I hope that some more of our employees and staff who can afford to give it up will do this and help lead the way for financial stability in the future here. So I just want to say that it was really impressive and showed a lot of testimony of his character to see this come about. And, we're really lucky to have Steve Potter, I think, as a city manager. Thank you.
Thank you. You have no more emails or phone calls, so we're done with public comment. Is there a motion on this item?
A motion to move on this item.
We have a motion to approve this item. Is there a second?
I'll second. And again, I want to thank our city manager at a time where you've been waiting for your due raise, and we need you more than ever, and you're working harder than ever, which is actually hard to even believe you could work harder than you did before. You're doing that, and you are modeling the way, so thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Council members Alessio?
Yes.
Luros?
Aye.
Sedgley?
Reluctant aye.
Vice Mayor Gentry?
Yes.
Mayor Tekel?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes.
We are now to item 7. Consent hearings are considered routine and may be approved by a single vote of the council. However, members of the public or council may request that a consent hearing item be pulled for discussion. There are 2 separate items on the consent hearing calendar. Item 7A, which is the Embassy Suites edition, and item 7B, which is recyclable materials gate fees for materials diversion facility. City Clerk, have you received any comments submitted by the public via email or phone?
Nope.
Since we have not received comments from the public, we will consider, and I will ask if any of the council members wish to pull either one of these items. No. Then we will consider the hearing to be opened and closed without comment. Is there a motion on staff's recommendation that we approve 7A and 7B?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve 7A and 7B on the consent hearing. Is there a second?
I second.
Is there a second? They're going to give it was the delay from the phone. So the second is Councilmember Luros, and we will go to a roll call vote.
Council members Alessio?
Yes.
Luros?
Aye.
Sedgley?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gentry?
Yes.
Mayor Tekel?
Aye.
Passes.
All right, this is, I think, almost our last item on the afternoon session. It's a public hearing on the declaration of fiscal emergency. We will first hear a report from city staff. Next, members of council will be asked to disclose any information learned outside of the hearing. Then members of the public will provide an opportunity to present testimony. Finally, we'll close the public testimony, and the council will deliberate and take action. And we are now ready to hear a report from staff. And looks like we've got a team here.
Takes a village. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council, Brett Bulla, Finance Director. Today, just wanted to go over in a little bit more detail some of the issues that we're facing, and then make a request of council to declare an official fiscal emergency that we'll go into in more detail throughout the presentation. So as we continue to evaluate our financial position during and post COVID-19, again, it's important, I think, that we continue to keep in mind the 3 ways in which we are evaluating making these financial decisions, and we've actually added a 4th one as we've gone deeper into this process. That is maintaining as many services as possible for the citizens of Napa. The reality is we know there are potential for service cuts as we look at the financial impact of COVID-19, but doing everything we can to make sure those impacts on the citizens and that service delivery is as little as allowable. Again, protect the financial solvency of the city now and in the future. So when we're making decisions, it isn't just about balancing the fiscal year 19-20 budget or the fiscal year 2021 budget, but also looking at how we are going to come out of this and what we need to do to ensure that we are in as strong a position as possible as we get through the COVID-19 pandemic. The next is maintaining the welfare for our employees as much as possible and minimizing the impact to our employees. If we, had infinite resources, hopefully all these impacts would be zero, but that's not the reality that we're in. So the goal is to just actively look to minimize those impacts to our great employees who do great work for our citizens as much as we possibly can. And the 4th is a new one that I'm adding. And as we've gone through with the team and really talked about this, what's come out of the conversation is really a balance of mixing short-term fixes, i.e. one-time cuts, with looking at more ongoing changes in how we deliver service. And the reason for that is much like using your home savings account, if you dip into it too far and you really can't see when your revenue will come back up to levels that you would think, you could get in a situation where the issue continues further than you thought and you are now out of resources, which creates more drastic decisions that you have to make. So we want to make sure that we're balancing one-time fixes with changing in service delivery and innovative ways of looking at doing business differently to save costs more ongoing than just filling the gap with one-time money. Just to give a general update on what we're seeing in the economy, as of today, there's 21 million people roughly that are unemployed. That happened over a 4-week time span, very quickly. It has wiped out the entire job growth since 2008, 2009, which is a pretty significant thing that 1 month in our nation's economy could wipe out effectively 11 years of job growth. But that's the situation we're in. This Thursday, when we get another weekly jobless claims update, most of the analysis that I've been reading says that we're going to see multiple millions again, and that number is going to continue to grow, possibly above 30 million at some point in the coming weeks. Right now, 21 million individuals unemployed, depending on a couple factors, but generally it's a unemployment rate in the double digits, anywhere between 10 and 15%. So it's becoming significant, it's happening quickly, and we are continuing to evaluate the impact that it'll have on our local economy. We also got March retail sales from the nation. We knew they were going to drop. Analysts had clearly predicted that. Those dropped far larger than we thought. We are seeing the auto industry that's projected to go down 27%. The auto industry and service stations are the second largest sales tax producer for us, so that'll have a local impact on us as well. And then when we look at the retail sector, generally it's an uneven balance of how this is impacting. You look at a company like Amazon, and they're at all-time high in the largest market cap in their history because of what they do. You look at our local economy, and our largest sales tax producer is restaurants, and that's locally connected to tourism in many cases. So we are going to have a disproportional impact on the amount of sales tax loss relative to if you were to look at general state of California analysis that would say approximately 9% sales tax loss in the most recent reporting period. We could see far more significant losses because our two greatest sources, restaurants and the auto industry and service stations, make up almost 50 to 60% of our sales tax. And again, it's disproportional relative to, I think, the larger portion of the state. The other area that we're starting to continue to be mindful of, we do monitor TSA numbers because tourism is such a large part of what we do in the city. TSA numbers have gone from, in certain times we looked at it, 1 million people a day to roughly about 100,000. It's a significant decrease nationwide, which means travel continues to be lessened. Additionally, as we look at the airline industry in general, they're reducing capacity and looking for ways to change the way they actually deliver service as far as their seating, which will change the amount of individuals that can travel nationwide. Additionally, we're focusing on the residential and commercial mortgage markets. One might say, well, what's the immediate impact of that? Well, when we look right now, large department stores such as Neiman Marcus, Macy's, JCPenney's are all at the brink or potentially declaring bankruptcy. JCPenney's already said it's going to miss its June debt payment, which is typically a precursor to a bankruptcy filing. That has impacts because there's a trickle-down effect in many cases with commercial industries, and that can also begin to trickle down to increased job losses. That can also trickle down into increased unemployment, which means the residential mortgage market starts to become a little bit more difficult. It's not an immediate concern, but it's something that I refer to as kind of the tail effect. So because of the way property tax works, and it's based on the assessments as of January each year, depending on how that market's impacted, there's a possibility where even as we recover, as time moves on, that could be a lagging hit to our economy as we move forward, depending on when and if the residential housing market is impacted at all by COVID-19. So just some additional areas, and I'll just move through these rather quickly. We know large theme parks, Disneyland, we know professional sports continues to be put on hold. If you listen to the commissioner in the NFL, they continue to hope to keep that season moving in its normal way, maybe in a different way, but the schedule remaining normal. Those all continue to be signs that this recovery is going to be of a more moderate nature. Those industries are losing billions of dollars, and if there was a way they thought they would come back sooner, I'm fairly certain they would to not take the financial hit that they're taking. Additionally, we continue to see, as I said, a disproportional adjustment in retail shopping and things that consumer goods, consumer staples still being purchased at a high and maybe some too high of a rate when it's toilet paper and other things that are going off the shelves. Those and internet sales as they come in are, specifically internet sales are pooled and they're less, I guess, total value to us from a sales tax perspective if people are actually being able to shop locally like they have been in the past. Just wanted to give an illustration that, no one is immune to this right now. That's hitting the country as a whole. It's hitting counties, including our partners in the county of Napa. If you listen to a variety of sources that are sourced here, some believe that the unemployment rate could get as high as 32%. These are just things that I think we should be aware of, that this is not a regional or a state level. It continues to be a global issue that means the benefit of federal funding to us is a little bit more difficult because it isn't an isolated area that the funding would be coming from. Well, when we look at the state of New York and the tens of billions of dollars that they are going to need, and you kind of extrapolate that over a lot of the large cities, it becomes a little bit more difficult to see what the federal response might be able to be generally throughout the nation. Good news is we have dealt with significant disasters before. Not that I want the disasters, but we've dealt with them very well as a community. We've come back from fires, we've come back from earthquakes, we've come back from floods. I think what you see illustrated here is that COVID-19 is extremely different than what we've had. And to be quite honest, in my opinion, it's the largest economic disaster we've ever faced. It is invisible, which makes it difficult. It happened quickly, which makes many individuals maybe hard to believe how something or a city government could go from generally being in good financial health to having to make some of the difficult decisions and conversations that we're having today. But the reality is, and I continue to stress this in many of the meetings that I attend, is we have to plan for what we think is going to occur, and we cannot let the worst happen to us. And so that is the effort that your city team continues to take. It is much easier to be proactive as we have been and ratchet back if needed. The inverse of that is very difficult, and in my experience usually leads to larger and more deeper impacts on service delivery and individuals within an organization. Again, the fiscal impacts with the shelter in place has made tourism non-existent. Again, sales tax will be there on some level, but far less than what we have thought in the past, primarily because our two largest sources, as I stated earlier, are greatly impacted from the current COVID-19 crisis. Additionally, and the other thing that we're starting to see, and we've talked about in previous meetings, is the delay in TOT returns, or the lack of them, just for not having occupancy, and specifically sales tax deferment. We, as much as a budget problem, will start to face a cash problem. Just to give an example, our payroll is roughly about $3 million every 2 weeks, and that doesn't include accounts payable. So typically TOT and sales tax have been the buffer that has helped us not ever have to worry about short-term financing from April through December. Additionally, the $18.5 million in reserves, as I discussed in previous meetings, acts as much as a savings account, but actually more importantly and more directly year to year as a cash flow float. That cash flow float has again helped the city avoid short-term borrowing that many cities and school districts, frankly, do on an annual basis with tax revenue anticipation notes in order to try to deal with cash flow issues that arise much more frequently. Your council's leadership and decisions to fund those reserves in the way you have really allowed the city to avoid that cost moving forward. It will be an assistance to us as if we maintain those moving forward to help mitigate the cash issue. Unfortunately, it may not mean that the cash issue isn't there. The steepness of the drop and the lack of returns and deferment allowance of sales tax through the summer will start to really impact what we're looking at from a cash perspective. Just a quick reminder, you've balanced the fiscal year 19-20 budget. We projected $8.3 million loss in TOT for the remainder of this fiscal year ending June 30 and $2.2 million in sales tax. You funded that through a variety of one-time measures, primarily because we didn't have the time luxury of looking on more ongoing expenses. You did that through a cancellation of a variety of capital projects, one being the Dwight Murray Plaza, the largest being the Civic Center. As I stated previously, we knew the Civic Center debt was going to be required, and we were looking for some operational adjustments that we can make to help finance that, as we definitely did not have that money sitting in the bank. We did have, a little seed money that we had put away to deal with a lot of the prep work and the initial phases of that project. That project, as you know, is suspended at this point, and so we're looking, and we look to take $3 million from that project, which is the majority of the remaining fund balance, to help balance the budget. Along with some short-term one-time service cuts that we could make in that fiscal year. If your council recalls, the remaining $4 to $5 million required will come from the reserves in the non-recurring general fund. So as we look to 2021, again, a reminder, we're looking at 15 to 20 million. We use a range specifically because with the lack of visibility coming out of this type of disaster, unlike other disasters or economic downturn where there's a little bit more consistency you can maybe rely on. We have one major time in our history in 1918, which the economy was a different world, and I'm speaking specifically from the economic piece of that. We were a domestic economy, but there are a lot of risks that we have to be mindful of that occurred then that could occur now. One is reinfection risk. One is we don't know the way and rate in which the recovery will be allowed to happen, and that can drastically impact our tourism and sales tax as we move forward.
Hey, Brett,
Yes.
can I interrupt just a second?
Yeah.
Councilmember Lewis cannot hear, so I'm going to try to recall on this line real quick.
Okay.
Oh, I'm just telling her I'm working on it. Yeah, it's weird that I'm just going to try one more time here. I love technology. I don't know, it was fine. I think this line isn't working. Let's see.
Could she call in on that other line?
Yeah, but this is our sound out, but let's see.
There she is.
Well, do you mind putting your phone on speaker and
Yeah, I'm gonna put it on.
do you have the Teams thing? I do that.
I'm just gonna call her. I can do that right
Oh,
now.
but we need it on the microphone in order for it to go to the public, and so when she's speaking, we hear everything.
So
Here, I can do it.
Speakerphone here, will it collect there and then go to the public?
Yeah, as long as you can.
It is, but because the audio is supposed to come through the phone.
It's not that we do it on the airplane, I thought it was
Here, I can do mine then.
Okay, I turned it on airplane, and I didn't want anybody to call in. But I can do that one.
I don't know if it's gonna.
see how that works, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
We're not going to have him start over, are we?
No, it was just a couple, like maybe 2 minutes she missed, so
Okay.
if that, I think we're okay. I'm gonna text IT.
Getting the PowerPoint back up now.
Okay. Yeah, I can see it. I just can't hear it.
Okay, so as I was saying, it's 15 to 20 million. The revenue recovery, as we predict right now with the information we have, is going to be much longer than FY 2021, and we believe it'll go into 21-22. Additionally, as we talked about earlier in the very beginning of the presentation, one-time cuts will help us, but they can't be the only thing that we rely on to balance the budget, short-term and intermediate term. We will be continuing to focus on business improvement, as I had discussed earlier, and that's throughout the organization. Every department and department head with their teams continue to look at not just ways where we can deliver service better to the community, but ways we can deliver service better internally. Trying to continue to take City Manager Potter's and Assistant City Manager Robustelli's direction in breaking down silos and really looking at ways where we can deliver internal service better, which allows us to deliver external service better to the community. On May 5th, we will come back to your council with a comprehensive list of reductions we plan on making to balance the fiscal year 2021 budget. We will not be requesting any specific action at that time, but more direction on priority of those reductions and ensure that they're in line with your council's direction as we move towards the June adoption of the revised FY 2021 budget. As we stated earlier, this is a cash problem. We continue to evaluate that on almost a weekly basis. Thankfully, property tax has come in our first installment in April of what we get during this time of the year, generally what we assumed it would be. So that has helped us mitigate the immediate concern. Again, for me, summer becomes a big issue, and that's when we're looking to possibly run into a cash shortfall. We are engaging with appropriate individuals on our financial advisor team to see what options are available to then ultimately, if needed, bring those options back to council for your review and approval. This is just a graphical kind of analysis of the immediacy of the reduction in cash. So this is not the revenue from TOT and when it was achieved, but when the cash actually comes into the bank. And as you can see, it's generally been a consistent cycle up until about March, and then we diverge very drastically. The problem is that divergence, we believe, is going to continue, which is why we believe there's going to be a cash problem as we move into the summer months. This, as I kind of jokingly said, takes a village in the very beginning, but this is not just a city problem. This is a community problem. This impacts our employees, impacts our labor unions. We can't do this alone. No one group or one area can drive this together. We have to do this. We have to make difficult decisions together. They are not easy. They will impact all of us differently. But as we talked about, I think a few weeks ago when we talked about the TOT deferment, and the question was asked relative to how do we know they're using the money correctly that we would be allowing them to defer. And as I said then, and I'll repeat it now, in these types of situations, we have to kind of believe in each other. We have to believe in the community as a whole. And we continue to do that internally with the individuals that are working on these plans and the employee groups that we're trying to discuss with to make these impacts as least impactful, to repeat a word, as possible internally and to the service delivery of the community. I think one thing, and I mentioned it earlier on the ADU, is this isn't just a expense problem. It becomes obviously a revenue problem because of the significant decrease in that area of our books. So looking at things like our fee structure throughout the organization is going to be a piece of what we will have to bring back to council and have a discussion on. As we evaluate fees, as I said, there's a cost recovery side of it, and then there's a policy side of it, and we will bring that to your council to weigh the impacts of those decisions as we move forward in the current pandemic and out of the recovery, and how that can maybe aid in assisting some of the recovery models that we want to put forward to your council. The question may be, what does this fiscal emergency get us? So it's a couple things. The first is, I think it allows us to engage in conversations with our labor unions. It allows us to look at our contracts for professional services and utilize specific clauses that may more quickly allow us to, in those agreements, to avoid increases in costs. It allows us to look at maybe a variety of our leases and how, if they are no longer needed, how we can potentially exit some of those to help save money. In addition, it helps us with the potential of any revenue measures that may need to assist us as we move forward. Not saying that's an action we're recommending, but it opens up that door for those conversations. And again, it makes the conversation about short-term borrowing, if it needs to happen to deal with the cash issues, easier for us to come to council to make those decisions. So with that, we are asking council today to adopt a resolution declaring a fiscal emergency. We will come back to council every 21 days, much similar to the larger local emergency, to provide council an update on the financial position of the city. Because of the nature of this type of economic downturn, as I said, there's not a lot of visibility, so many of those updates may not be fruitful in the beginning, and as time goes on, it will have more. But we believe it's important that we at least have a set time every 21 days to come back to council to provide those updates, answer any question from council or the public as ever-changing information comes in related to the pandemic and the economic impacts it's having on our community. With that, I'll open it up to any questions.
Okay, I'm just going to do the process of asking if anyone received information on this item outside of the council meeting. And I've seen all city council members shaking their head no.
No disclosures.
No disclosures. Have you received any comments, cards, or emails on this item?
No comments on this item.
All right. Then we've received no comments via email or phone, so we will now move to close the public testimony. And so I will close the public testimony. And are there questions from city council members? Or is there a motion? Liz, do you have a question? Or all right.
I have one question, and I can follow up with the motion if you like.
Perfect.
For fiscal year 2021, and we're looking at, we'll actually go back to 1920. We're still trying to define the numbers. You have a remaining balance of between $4 and $5 million will come from the non-reoccurring general fund reserves. So May 5th, will we have that tightened up a little bit? That's a big spread on the $4 to $5 million.
So we will not. So the difficulty with 1920 is that we will not receive the majority of the revenue from TOT and with the sales tax deferments and the majority of the rest of our property tax till June for the rest of the property tax, and then the deferment of TOT and sales tax can come through August and September. So when we close the books in August and September is when we'll have the actual amount to come back to your council and know if it was $4 or $5 million. And to be very frank, depending on the severity, there is a possibility that it could be higher. And if it is, then we are pulling from 2021 one-time money to balance because that year is closed and we have no more options. That is why we so swiftly came to council to try to balance the budget and used a range of the remainder of the non-recurring general fund, because there is a risk that I hope I'm wrong. It's the first time in my career I think I've ever said that, but I hope I'm wrong and that it's lower, but there's a likelihood that it could be higher as well.
Well, I didn't want that response in your...
I didn't want to give it, frankly, but yes.
Thank you for that. But I'll move we adopt a resolution declaring a local fiscal emergency.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Sedgley, a second by Vice Mayor Gentry. Roll call.
Okay. Council members, Alessio?
Yes?
Councilmember Rios, can you hear us?
Yes, and I.
Okay. Councilmember Sedgley?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gentry?
Yes.
Mayor Tuckwell?
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously.
All right, we are now to comments by council or city manager. Wave your hand. Liz, are you? Okay. Councilmember Alessio?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We've been addressing a lot of emergencies today, and because we're indeed in disaster emergency state with our city, with our finances, with our residents. And this is something I know we've talked about and that we're looking and working with the county on. But that's really regarding a tenant, the tenant rental emergency. And of course, I think about the landlords too, who are providing housing and not receiving rent because their tenants are shelter in place and their employment is closed to business because of the disaster. I would just want to bring up that I think it's important, as I watch the Board of Supervisors, and with all due respect, I have great respect for them and for the county leadership, that we continue to consider an eviction moratorium within the city of Napa. Roughly 35% of our residents in the county rent. It's higher, that percentage is actually higher within the city of Napa. 25%, and that's 49,000 people. 25% are at risk of eviction, are being a risk of eviction and also going through the process and having eviction on their record in future. And that 25% is 12,500 people. The current orders that are in place with the governor provides some protection, but it still seeks for local authorities to make their own measures to protect their residents in regards to housing. And this is something that, again, just as we're being proactive for the city, we want to be proactive for our residents in terms of their housing and what's at risk here. A couple of items, and this is something that, that comes from our housing authority as recommendations, is that there be no late fees, should be assessed. During the duration of the ordinance, late fees incurred by COVID-19 crisis can be a cause for eviction. Late fees are not addressed in the governor's orders. Late fees are as a result of non-payment of rent, should not be incurred by tenants as a means to prevent unnecessary evictions. Again, we're asking our residents to stay home, to not to go to work, or business owners the same, and they are caught in a situation without a safety net. The second is accumulated rental debt during this period should not be considered a cause of unlawful detainer filing. 180 days should be provided to allow rent debts to be paid in full. Rental debt related to COVID-19 should not be a cause for eviction. Rent would still be collectible via civil process, such as through small claims court, but not as a justifiable cause for an eviction, unlawful detainer filing. This would prevent economically impacted households from facing evictions displacement, as well as resulting adverse tenancy record, which would further impede their ability to obtain alternate housing and make them more at risk of experiencing homelessness. There's one more item I want to share, and that is the tenant on this, and that's the tenant with emergency-related cause should be allowed to break their lease through 90 days after the filing of emergency orders. Fair Housing Napa Valley has already seen various examples of tenants needing to break their lease for pandemic-related reasons. Allowing tenants to break their lease agreement so that they can move to take care of family members or to work at a new job will enhance the recovery from the emergency. Additionally, when the shelter-in-place orders are lifted, it may be necessary for households to move as a result of the crisis caused by this hardship. I called Shirley King, who's the director of the Napa Valley Food Bank, to get a pulse and a sense of what is happening in terms of folks looking for safety net food services. And she said that they were fulfilling, prior to the pandemic, about 30 to 40 households each day during the pantry hours that were open. Now it's 300. So from 30 families to 300 families. And in addition, we know that the Boys and Girls Club, Ole Health, as Salvation Army, churches are also providing safety net food. So that's in addition. So there's great impact. We know this, but I want to put it into and I'm not sure what the unemployment is. We know what 22 million, we know it's 22 million nationwide. I don't know what the unemployment is here. I was trying to find that information. So I just think that we need to be proactive and prevent further fallout in terms of the housing crisis that we were already in prior to the pandemic. And I just ask the support of the council to support this. As of today, the supervisors were once again going to receive more information. I appreciate Supervisor Pedrosa and Supervisor Wagenknecht, who are really searching for a little bit more action, but at this point, there's no action. There's nothing being sought in terms of a proposed ordinance, emergency eviction ordinance. And so I ask that that we go ahead and take the lead as other cities have done. And at some point, if the county, when or if the county does something, or when or if the state does something, because I know the state is also, legislators are going to be back at work on May 4th, that we can potentially modify. But we have folks right now who are scared. They live in daily fear about where their future lies financially in their homes. And I want us to really do more and be more proactive here. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been, okay.
Just
City Manager.
A real quick clarification, if you could, for me. You referred to the Housing Authority, which is City of Napa. Is it Housing Authority or Napa Valley Fair Housing?
Thank you very much. Napa Valley Fair Housing.
Thank you.
Thank you. With Pablo Saratan, yeah.
Just in my work with the county, they are participating with their lobbyist in Sacramento, thinking a statewide process makes more sense. So I'm sort of been on the side of waiting to hear how that works. Understand people are scared. I'm not sure this is the right tool to make people less scared. I'm not concerned, but I will go and
yeah, and I guess those efforts of lobbyists and how we move through this, the stakeholders in the business would have to all be involved in crafting how this could work with their mortgages, the property owners. So all those, it'll be a group effort with everybody that's impacted. So I think what I'm understanding is the state, they are working with those. We have probably in our own town, we probably have a few property managers and property owners that would I think be willing to talk with us on how something like a local ordinance could work. But I'm kind of looking at the mayor too, with this is evolving daily, and if we can get some kind of a standardized approach that all parties buy into, we can move forward with it.
And if I can just say, I would love for that too. And at this point, 6 of the 9 counties in the Bay Area have something in place. So we're one of 3 that don't. The city of Richmond just put forward an eviction emergency ordinance for both something that protects both the tenants and the landlords. I don't know I just heard about this on the news. I haven't actually read what the ordinance looks like. But I feel like we're slow in responding in terms of our county and in terms of the cities. And that's why I'm asking for the city to take the lead in terms of what the city can do. We've got the greatest population within our city, and I hear and respect everything everybody's saying, but it is taking a little bit.
But no evictions can take place. Is that not true?
Correct. The evictions, it can take place, but they can't go through the process, but they can still have the eviction on their record. And
have you seen any cases of that?
Personally, I've not looked into those cases.
I don't think that's happening here. If it is happening, I think we need to deal with those. We would be willing to do that.
Can we ask staff maybe to come back and look at that and maybe work with Napa?
Yeah, would you find out exactly what is happening out there on the ground with tenants? Because I think this conversation scares them more than saying we need this because you're not protected now.
So is it you're looking for whether evictions are taking place and what safeguards are in place for them, or the other point that you were making was whether people have been evicted, or a combination of all those?
I would ask,
seeking clarification.
If I can ask for a combination of those, I will say that what was reported today to me was that their calls, of course, have increased by a lot. Let me see here, but I know that 75%, they received, so Napa Valley Community Foundation has received thousands of requests for rental assistance. That Napa Valley Fair Housing, 75% of their calls are regarding either rental assistance and or eviction assistance, 25% being concerns regarding displacement and evictions through Napa Valley Fair Housing. So they are getting a lot of calls. In terms of actual filing, I don't know, but there's a lot of.
Let's look into that and see if we need to support Napa Valley Fair Housing in some way.
Okay.
Because we created them, and I feel it's an important role, and it may be underfunded to do all this work right now.
So a report back at this time, not an ordinance.
Right. Report back.
If I could just interrupt, I want to try to get the conference phone back up and running so Councilmember Rose can hear better.
All right.
But it will be an interruption with the sound.
Okay, this is for you, Mary. We're going to try and loop you back in.
Welcome to the audio conferencing center. Please enter a conference ID followed by pound. Sorry, I can't find a meeting with that number. Try enter your conference ID again and then press pound.
All right. Since we're at the end of the agenda, I think we can work with this process offline.
Sorry, I can't find a meeting.
Because they just keep saying sorry over here, Mary. They can't find you. But we'll get it together for the evening. We'll click you back in. We do have a closed session, and I will go to the city attorney for the closed session. And there was a comment from Vice Mayor Gentry.
I just wanted to remind everyone that we are seeing a spike in child abuse situations. We have a spike in calls for domestic disturbance. And I just want to remind everybody, because the number one reporter of child abuse is teachers in schools. And our children are not in schools. Our children are trapped inside homes where people are abusers. And I also want to tell you something that you might not know, is that for a child to be removed from their home is most typically 10 reports of abuse. So a social worker, a caseworker, or a police officer goes to the home on an average of 10 times before a child is removed in most cases. I mean, obviously there's egregious situations that exceed that. But if in fact a caseworker or an officer goes to a home 10 times, if we're not reporting multiple abuses and teachers are not reporting every Monday this child with these problems, these children are just remaining in these homes. So I just want to remind you, when you're walking, when you're at the park, when you see something, please don't be ashamed to call it in and report it, because we do have children in crisis right now in homes, domestic violence.
All right, I'm going back to the city attorney. Can you hear us, Mary? She can hear us.
Thank you. Yes, there is one item of closed session. It is on the agenda listed as item 10A, and it is conference with labor negotiators regarding the following employee organizations: Napa City Firefighters Association, Napa Police Officers Association, Napa City Employees Association, Napa City Part-Time Temporary Employees Unit, Napa Chief Fire Officers, Mid-Management Unit of the Napa Police Officers Association, and the Administrative, Managerial, and Professional Employees. And the discussion will be with the city designated representatives that are identified on the agenda, as well as the Deputy City Manager, Liz Hapkirk, and the Finance Director, Brett Probula.
At this point, we will move to closed session. We will be back in open session at 6:30, and we'll be dealing with the districting item.
Okay, we're ready, Audrey. Perfect. I think we're...
Okay, we're out of closed session.
I think Paulette went. I don't know who I'm supposed to be thumbsing up to. Does Audrey know? Yeah? Okay. Okay. We're on. Yay.
Okay, I'm going to call to order the Napa City Council evening session. Before I do that, we do have a special Spanish language translation that's available for those who may need it. And
Yeah, and no one has signed up for that as of yet. If you do require Spanish translation, and I'll have Lorenza pipe in at the end here momentarily. If you call now to the clerk's office, we're supposed to have sign-ups prior to 1 p.m. But if there is someone watching who maybe did not have an opportunity to do that and would like to call in to 707-257-9503, we can provide you the call-in number. Okay, yep.
Al público en general se le invita a participar en esta sesión. Está disponible el servicio de interpretación a través de la internet. Si alguien está interesado, por favor, tiene que suscribirse con tiempo. Si no lo logró hacer por falta de oportunidad, le pedimos que lo haga ahora y solicite su participación en este foro a través de la internet, marcando el número 707-257-9503 para que lo integren en la plataforma para participar en esta sesión. Gracias.
Thank you, Lorenzo. We are now moving on the agenda for roll call.
Okay, council members Alessio.
Present.
Laros.
Present.
Sedgley.
Here.
Vice Mayor Gentry.
Yes.
Mayor Teckel.
Present. Will you stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I will go to the city clerk. Are there any changes to the printed agenda or supplemental reports for this evening session?
There are no changes to the agenda, Mayor. We do have quite a few supplemental items by way of public testimony from the public in regards to item 16A. We do have a PowerPoint presentation by city staff. In addition, we have a community of interest worksheet from John and Sue Wagner that was received on March 16th. And then we have multiple emails received. I'll name off the names of who sent them in. Jose Hernandez, Susco Intertribal, Nancy LaFortune, Ron Rhino, Kara Brunzel, Bruce and Carol Barge, Kevin Teague, Rob Anglin, Mark Dolson, Kathy Roche, Connor Massey, Megan Hefner, John Hefner, Michael Holman, Michael Murray, Dania Massey, Rhonda Shea, Eve Kahn, Ann Hefner, Elizabeth McKinney, John Hefner, Rex Stoltz, Stephen Cuddy, Brooks Painter, Scott Rafferty, Jeff Dodd, Eve Howard, John Salmon, Ellen Elson, Dorothy Salmon, John Glasser, Ron Rhino, Scott Rafferty, and Tom Carey, which have all been provided to you as supplementals and provided for the written record.
All right, that's for later on in the agenda. City Attorney, was there any reportable action taken in closed session?
There was no reportable action taken in closed session.
All right, we are now to item 15, which is public comment. During the public comment portion of the meeting, the public is invited to address the council on any item of interest. However, if the subject of the public comment is not on the agenda, state law limits the council's ability to respond at this meeting.
You've been muted. To unmute yourself, press *6.
We have an intruder, but we'll figure this out. City Clerk,
you are no longer muted.
Will you please explain to our viewers how our public comment process will work this evening?
Yes, so public comment for this special teleconference meeting will be taken live via emails. We've also received emails submitted prior to that were sent into the clerk's email today and prior to today. If you do hear something during the live feed, you can send an email to clerk, CLERK, at cityofnapa.org and put in the comments, in the subject line, comment for city council meeting, please read. And we will be able to read those emails into the record. If those comments will be read aloud during the public comment section of the item. Once public comment has passed, we will announce that, and anything received after will be submitted to the written record only.
You want me to make that public as well?
In
Spanish? Just for them to know that there's an option of emailing.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah.
Okay, just...
We can't hear anything. Thank you.
También se acaba de mencionar que hay la posibilidad de enviar correos electrónicos a la ciudad de Napa, a la oficina de la administración. Si no pueden hacer la llamada, pueden mandar correos por escrito, mándenlos en su idioma, en español, y aquí los traducen si ahí es inconveniente. La dirección de correo es, the email is
CLERK
es CLERK
at cityofnapa.org.
@cityofnapa.org. Gracias.
Mary, can you hear?
Yes, I can now. It went out for a little bit.
Okay. I just will announce that for this evening city council meeting, Councilmember Alessio, Vice Mayor Gentry, Councilmember Sedgley and myself are in councils, and Mary Lewis is telecommunicating. And because of that, any votes that are taken will be taken by roll call. So we did the preview on public comment, and now I'm going to go back to the clerk and ask, do you have any comments submitted by the public by email or by phone?
Yes, for general public comment, we have one telephone call, and I don't know, do we have emails as well? Nope. Okay, not for general public, but I do have one call from James Hinton.
Okay.
Hi, is this James? James, I'm going to, this is Tiffany, the city clerk. I'm going to put you through to council. As you know from your previous conversations, the timer will beep when you have 30 seconds, and at 3 minutes it will beep again, and we will ask you to wrap up and we'll hang up the call. Oh, okay, I'll let you know that I'll give you a little, I'll say 30 seconds and then I'll say final. Okay, one moment, James, here you.
You've been muted.
Okay, James, you're on.
You are no longer muted.
35-3400 Circle. So during this, the new era here of the shelter at home, during the control of virus, pandemic, a lot of us have been, experiencing a lot of new ways of life, let's just say. And for example, I've been respecting all the social distancing, staying away from people and so forth. And I've been using Alston Park a lot, going out there and walking the dog, getting some fresh air, and it's a really nice park. City does a great job maintaining it and so forth. We've had nothing but great experiences out there, maybe 5-6 trips at least during this month alone, and I find it very displeasing that I see a lot of people in our community that are very well-to-do who are commenting on a few dogs being on leash or off leash in certain areas of the park, and I just find this to be, really pathetic that people are nitpicking something like this when there's no problem going on out there. People aren't being attacked or anything like that. And I'm just wondering if in the future, since we have found ourselves in this new area where we're only allowed to go to the parks and we're not allowed to do other things that we normally would do, I'm wondering if the city of Napa would consider looking at expanding Alston Park into being basically an entire dog park, from border to border, having it be off-leash optional, just to give the people in our community that have pets, dogs, which there's so many people who have owned dogs, and right now we have really nowhere to go, and by opening up the park to having more off-leash area, it gives us more room to social distance and still get out there into the parks and get our vitamin D, stretch our legs, and help maintain our health out there. I think that'd be better than what some of these people are calling for. But I'd like to know, from the city's perspective, what it would take to make the whole park leash optional. Thank you.
Thank you, James.
And you have no email for general public comment?
No.
All right. I will say at this meeting, since this item is not on the agenda, we will not be discussing off-leash at Alston Park at this point. And I'm going to move forward with item 16, public hearings and appeals. And we are here tonight to get a report on the transition to district-based elections for council members. And I think staff has a slide that will show the flow of the meeting tonight. We're going to receive a presentation from city staff and the city's consulting demographer, and that will be telecommuting. We will invite public input, and again, if you send in your emails, they will be read if you ask for them to be read, or there is the email access that you have throughout the evening. And after that, we'll provide direction to staff to finalize the boundary. We'll provide direction to staff to finalize the sequence of elections, and we'll introduce the ordinance after adding Chapter 1.10. And just to announce, this is the first meeting on maps. We will have a second meeting next Tuesday where we will review the options and again have public input on the decisions and the direction the council is going. So at this point, I'm going to turn this to staff, who will start us off, and we will get the staff report, which is pretty interesting, I think.
Yeah, well, good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, public. I'm just going to open up the report here before turning over the mic, but I did want to let you know we do have our demographer from Redistricting Partners, Paul Mitchell, teleconferencing in, as well as our outside counsel, Marguerite Leone, and then staff, Michael Barrett, and I will be your point people for the presentation. And I wanted to just give a quick kind of overview of the process. It's been a couple weeks, months since we've been talking district, the transition to the district-based election system. So I wanted to give a little bit of a background before turning it over. So, Mayor, you reviewed the outline for this evening. Thank you. Just a little background, beginning early this year, in response to a letter we received on January 2nd, we adopted a resolution of intent on February 11th, which declared the city's intent to transition from at-large elections to district-based elections for the council members. In that meeting, we outlined a process of which we were going to facilitate the transition in an estimated time frame, and the transition ultimately will be implemented to allow for district-based elections for council members for the next general municipal election on November 3rd. So as part of that process was outlined, there were two public hearings to be done prior to any maps being drawn. We also held a workshop for community input, and then the process called for three additional public hearings with maps and a final map adoption. So back on February 25th and March 4th, the City Council held the first and second public hearings before the maps were drawn to receive input on the composition of district boundaries for district-based elections for council members. And that input was received via public testimony, via community of interest forums, feedback from the demographer regarding the specifications and guidelines that the map should follow. We held on March 8th two community workshops, one at McPherson Elementary School and a second at St. John's, which were pretty well attended. Following those workshops, the community members actually submitted 44 draft maps following the workshop. In addition, we had, I believe it was 12 or 13 maps that were subsequently submitted, posted on our website, as well as the 4 draft maps that our demographer, Paul, will review with you a little further. They were posted back on March 10th in preparation for our first scheduled public hearing, which was to be on March 17th. However, due to the need to manage our limited and constrained resources in response to the coronavirus pandemic, we did need to reschedule that meeting and the following April 7th meeting, which were canceled. So here we are back on April 21st, moving forward with the first official hearing with maps. So I will go ahead and turn the baton over to Paul Mitchell, who will further go into the map detail and the selection of the district boundary maps, and then that will be followed by City Attorney Barrett discussing the selection of the sequence of elections. So we will keep the ball rolling. Paul, if you're able to share your screen, we should be good to go.
Alrighty, can you see my presentation up?
No. That's
do it again then.
That's ours. Let's see if he can. Okay, let me get Eli. Hold on, Colin. I'm switching screens. Are you clicking the share in the middle of your screen? Oh, Paul, are you clicking the share in the middle of your screen? Uh-oh. Paul's frozen. One moment, please. Okay, he's probably trying to rejoin right now. No, he's gone. He's probably trying to rejoin us. He can call in and we could advance the slides that way. Okay. Oh. Hold on, we're reaching out. Just when we thought it would be flawless. He's back. Oh, he's back. Paul, you're muted.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Now you can hear me and see me?
Yeah. Yes, now we just need you to share your screen. Did you catch? You caught my intro and that you're on now?
Yeah,
Okay.
there, and then I went to go change slides and immediately it stopped working for me. So I was sitting here moving slides and nobody was able to hear me.
Oh.
Let me go to share my screen again and see if this works. Okay, can you see the screen now?
Yeah. No.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm glad to be here, and I'm sorry about that little bit of technical glitch there. I'm going to go through a presentation that does have some elements of things that you've seen in the past, and that's in part because there might be people watching online tonight for the first time. We've been having a lot of really engaged community involvement, but still there are going to be people who really kind of start paying attention maybe once there's discussion of actual maps. So the criteria that we use, there's a number of criteria that have been used nationally, that have been upheld by courts, that are used in our own state ordinances, and our legal counsel, Marguerite Leone, is on as well, and she can speak to any of the specifics about the state law and questions that you might have about the federal and state laws. But as we explain to the public in all of our interactions in our press meetings and at our public forums, these are basically the rules of the road as we're drawing districts. The first is that districts need to be relatively equal size. And when we look at that based on the number of people, not the number of citizens or the number of voters, it's based on the U.S. Census. It's a whole population count. Districts that also should be contiguous. They shouldn't be hopping and jumping around the place. And there's a couple different things to think about this. One is the city itself isn't entirely contiguous in of itself. There are a couple of things that we call islands where a little tiny bit of the city might be, just barely outside of the city and not directly attached. There's other things, there's a term called functionally contiguous, which is there might be parts of a district that you could draw, that you might say to yourself, well, they are physically touching each other, but the way that people move around the city, they're not really functionally contiguous. And we can talk about that, and it gets into the issue of compactness as well. Then we talk about following or maintaining communities of interest. A community of interest can be one of a couple things. It can be a ethnic group or a group that's what we would consider a protected class under Federal Voting Rights Act. These could be ethnic minority groups, religious minority groups, and others. There are other communities of interest that might be more kind of a feel. People who live in a historic neighborhood, people who go to the college, people who have certain interests that are shared. So when we draw districts, we're trying to maximize the influence of those communities of interest and try to reduce the amount that the district lines have to kind of split up people who have similar interests and have that community. We like to follow city council or city, county, local government lines and other existing geographies, and the one that I'll talk about the most would be the neighborhoods. And then we like to keep districts compact. And compactness nationally is a lot of math and different formulas for the perimeter of an area and so on. In California, we have a more qualitative measure for compactness. And the way to think about it is, if you're getting from point A to B, to do it without bypassing another nearby population. So if you were seeing two communities on either end of the city and you were connecting them, to connect them in a way that isn't clearly bypassing another group. So we might see some maps where I can point to that idea of compactness. When we're looking at that whole population count, the 2010 census population for the city is just over 75,000 people, 76,915. The ideal population for a district is right at around 19,000. And as you look at the plans that we have, you're going to look at this idea of a deviation, the largest district from the smallest district, and we're going to want to have districts be within that range of, you know, high 18,000s to low 20,000s in terms of size. One of the things I mentioned in that geography question was the idea of neighborhoods. These are some neighborhood maps that we obtained. They aren't necessarily official neighborhoods or you know, the planning zones, but these are neighborhoods that were used for the community of interest workshops, and they are a kind of way of identifying different parts of the city, and you'll notice that they follow a lot of major corridors in terms of roads and highways and major thoroughfares, and also incorporate things that are more, you know, the physical geography, like a river, and of course the exterior perimeter of the city. The precincts are also something that come into play a little bit, and particularly they come into play in terms of when we're working with the county and processing these new boundaries. It makes it a lot easier if we can process those boundaries utilizing the same precincts. And as you'll look, the precincts and the neighborhood boundaries share a lot of same areas, same lines. So we did two what I would consider really high quality workshops with the community and doing line drawing exercises. In these exercises, we gave the same presentation I'm giving to you now with a little bit more information, and we allowed the groups to go and work separately. Some worked just drawing their own map, some worked with people in their family or their neighbors, or in some cases you might see 8 or 9 people kind of huddled around one plan that they were jointly looking at and drawing. And there's a great conversation that happens when you're doing that, because people will overhear them talking about, well, this neighborhood should be here, but because we have to keep these districts the population be equal, maybe it makes more sense to put this other neighborhood there. And so this idea of trade-offs when you're balancing that population equality was really important to see, and it creates this process that allows the community members to understand the process in a deeper way because they've done it. As was discussed by Tiffany earlier, there are a lot of maps drawn. And as we did this, we kind of laid out for the community members an opportunity for them to draw these maps on these laminated, large, poster-sized kind of boards. And we had each of the neighborhoods and their populations, so they could just literally grab 5 or 6 neighborhoods and use a calculator to sum up the populations and determine what was a kind of a balanced district. We have on the flip side the actual precinct populations, which are a smaller unit, so they could get more fine-tuned. What we showed them, and before we actually even started drawing maps, is just an example that you can take a map like this with these neighborhood boundaries, and you could say, okay, I want to make one district there, I want to make one district roughly here, I want to make one district roughly there, I want to make one district roughly there, and in the end you could magically, you've created a map. This isn't an example of any map that we're presenting today. It was just kind of to show how easy it is to kind of like try to group these neighborhoods together and start to think about the redistricting process. When we actually got the maps, these are some of the actual maps that were received. These were maps where people literally poured over these maps with these dry erase markers and would start to add up the populations and come up with their rationales. And we had maps like these, and more, and overall we had 44 hard copy community maps drawn where people allowed us to take a picture of these maps. They would put their name in them. In some cases they would address what districts would come up in what election cycles, and this was their public submissions. And one of the things that I discussed with you at one of our first meetings was the desire to really incorporate the community of interest testimony in these maps with what we ended up submitting to you as our first drafts. And as we go back and look at these maps that we're going to be presenting to you, we've got 4 maps that we've drawn, and all these maps have been up on the city website for the past 7 days or longer in order for people to be able to see them and make comments. Plan A was based on multiple maps, a gentleman named Teague, an anonymous map, and one under the name of Benz. Map B was based on the Dodd plan that we saw, and it also looks a lot like the Water and Fisher plans. Plan C was based almost directly on a plan submitted by a member of the community last name Hinton, and map D was actually a map that I drew based almost on A, but almost basically from scratch. But when we went back and looked, it actually was very similar to an existing plan that had also been submitted by the community. So these plans have all been posted, and I'm going to give some examples of these plans. The 3 plans that help derive the conversation that we put together around Plan A, and as you'll see, there are these similarities between the maps drawn by the public and this map Plan A. In fact, the T plan and this plan are, I'd have to say, identical. I can't find one discrepancy between the hand-drawn marker version and the more GIS database drawn version. When we have these plans, it's important to look at these and actually start to kind of think about what these plans mean. This first Plan A, since it's first, I'm going to dive into a couple elements a little bit deeper, and then we can go through the rest. So a lot of times the question that I get from local electeds is, okay, I see a map, like how am I supposed to interpret this map versus other maps? And so one of the first things that should be looked at is this idea of deviation. And in the very third line down, or the third row down, under base 2010 census is a deviation percentage number. And as you can see, this plan that was literally drawn with a marker has a deviation that is incredibly low. The lowest district population is minus 1.6, and the largest one is 0.8, so you sum those up, the absolute values of both, and you can say that the total deviation of this plan is 2.4. That's one way of looking at this, is how equally sized they are. Another way of looking at this is how it deals with the different ethnic populations. And we're not going to draw any plans based solely on ethnicity or race, but we can look at this as a way of interpreting how it respects those communities of interest. And in particular, given the amount of testimony you had from the Latino community, you can look at the Latino population in these districts and see their relative strength. Now, as was discussed in community testimony received, and I think even updated today from the plaintiffs, in the city of Napa, there are only a few or a couple census block groups that are majority-minority Latino. There's no way in this city to draw a district that would have a majority-minority Latino district. And in fact, as we look through these maps, I believe offhand the largest Latino population in that Latino citizen voting age population you'll see in any of these plans is around 31%. The Latino population happens just to be a little bit more spread out in the city and not in one, segment of the city alone, as you'll see in other communities in the area. Another thing to look at is how these lines line up with what you consider to be either physical or geographic boundaries. And I'll get into, after I show you all these plans, that Napa River becomes really kind of a driving force in this whole redistricting. And so you can see how this plan deals with that physical geography. You also have the neighborhood lines. When we look at this plan and you line it up adjacent to a plan that shows the neighborhood lines, you'll see that it is incorporating a lot of the neighborhood lines in its own composition. In fact, I think really mostly there's just a few neighborhoods that are split in this plan. Another thing to look at is literally the main thoroughfares being used as boundaries. You don't see this plan cutting in and out of little streets and up and down alleys to try to create a district. It is using a lot of major thoroughfares. Another thing to look at is these islands. There's been a lot of discussion about the islands, and for people who are watching this maybe for the first time, an island in kind of the census geography terminology is a pocket of area that is of the city outside of the boundaries, like you see up on Montecito Road, Silverado Trail intersection in the northeastern corner, or an island is an area inside the physical geography that is not incorporated by the city, and you can see that primarily east of Highway 29 in the northern portion, in the upper right-hand corner of that orange District B, where there's a white area. That's an area that is not incorporated by the city. And you could use where those islands are as also another way to think about these district boundaries. So those are just some of the things that we'll look at, and I'm happy to discuss other things as we go through these plans. The Plan B, again, we have community-drawn maps that have some of these same elements in terms of how they're dealing with these boundaries. And then you have Plan B that comes in and incorporates some of these elements, not perfectly, but tries to derive kind of the plan from different plans governed by the public. And again, we'll see we have the same table and breakdown for you that we've done that shows the population, the deviation, the ethnic populations, and so on. Let's look real quickly at that deviation. Again, we have to kind of do this math in our head real quick. The total deviation of this district is the sum of the absolute values of that district that's 5.2 over and 4.3 under. So the total deviation of this district is 9.5. We want to have districts where the deviation is as small as practicable and definitely under 10. It's kind of an accepted norm that the districting like this wouldn't exceed 10% unless there is a dramatic and identified really strong rationale for it. The Hawaiian Islands draw legislative districts that have a huge deviation because it's just necessary. But in our circumstances, we try to, really try to look towards districts that have a smaller deviation. In terms of the ethnic populations, you can look at those as well. And then you can also look at this in terms of how it deals with major roads, neighborhoods, physical boundaries, and the like. Plan C, like I mentioned earlier, is very similar to or almost identical to the plan submitted by a gentleman with the last name Hinton, James Hinton. This plan, again, as you can see, since it's drawn and we can see right there the neighborhoods, it actually, to the visible eye, doesn't split any neighborhoods. It incorporates whole neighborhoods throughout. It makes certain decisions about where to put each neighborhood, but it does achieve that goal of keeping all the neighborhoods together. And again, this is literally the same as a dry erase marker drawn plan just put to the full GIS software. Now, you will see the consequence of maybe making these whole neighborhood districts is that you do lose really tight population equality. The deviation here is right there at the max. Your total deviation is the largest and the absolute value the smallest, so you're talking a 9.3% deviation. And the other districts in this plan are also a little bit off the deviation too. There's an alternate way of looking at deviation that we don't use in California that looks at the total deviation of all the districts, and in that measure, this plan wouldn't be ideal as comparable to District Plan B. You do see in here that 31% Latino citizen voting age population, which you can see one of the ways that it does that is in District A, it's crossing the Troncus, I think is how you pronounce it. It's crossing and it's actually incorporating two different ethnic populations that in the other plans we have, those Latino portions of the district aren't unified. But that's also another thing that we'll address in looking at when we're done with looking at these overviews. Plan D, like I said, Plan D was actually drawn, I drew it, after having drawn Plan A and wanted to look at a couple things. One was if you could incorporate that island in the district in a little different way, and also looking at different kind of neighborhood relationships and how you deal with different communities of interest. When we actually, after we drew it, we went back and looked, and this plan does look most similar to it. It's not identical. The plan that was submitted by the member of the public, that central core district that is Plan C in my plan, was very dramatically underpopulated. So in order to make that community-drawn plan whole, we had to add population to it, or they would have had to add population to it as well. This Plan D, again, achieves that goal of population equality. You're looking at roughly a 6.6% total deviation. It also achieves what is nearly a 32% Latino district in that District C. And one of the things about this is that most Latino District C also incorporates the islands. And based on the community testimony, if at some future date that island was incorporated, it would be a heavily Latino portion of the new whatever district it went into, and this would be putting that island into a district that is already the most heavily Latino district. So not a game changer necessarily, but just something that we wanted to put out there as an additional option. As Tiffany mentioned, there was a lot of plans drawn and even submitted after we had our community of interest work group. One of the things that I thought was really striking, and I like to show sometimes in cases like this, is that in this redistricting, there are essentially a few set pieces. You're only drawing 4 districts. And if you decide maybe 1 or 2 factors is to maybe I want to draw District A this way, District B this way, it really reduces the choices you have going on. And so there was an interesting thing that we saw, that there were some real dramatic similarities in a number of these plans. First off, District C, I believe it is the only one that splits that northern portion of the city. The rest of the plans keep that northern kind of hat, or that top part of the city, all unified into one district. And that relationship in the northern part of the district was one of the most common things that we saw, and it just very conveniently fits into the right deviation and right population equality. We also saw a number of plans where the first thing they would do is draw that district along the Napa River on the eastern side. And what we actually saw was that if you draw the district on the eastern side of the river, you have to essentially reach across the river to get population somewhere. And as you'll see here, you can draw that population from the northern portion of the city, from the southern portion here, here, or kind of from the middle, grabbing the central and downtown portion. So in a way, you can make this decision, how do we feel this district best fits what we believe should be the district boundaries. The last thing I wanted to show is this western portion of the district. There are 3 plans that are very similar in terms of the way that they deal with that western portion of the district. The first 2 are almost identical. Plan D, which is the third one here, is very similar in how it draws it. It is less compact. You might argue that it's less functionally contiguous if people from Pueblo Park aren't going to River Park by going around the outskirts of the city. And then that last one, to the furthest to the right, you have both those districts to the east. Essentially, you're splitting that area into a north and south portion. The 2 additional maps that we wanted to talk about before we get in any questions or other public testimony were a plan that was drawn by the Latino community and one that was drawn by the petitioner. The first one, the Latino group plan, as it's commonly been referred to in testimony that has been submitted, it looks similar to a lot of the other plans in districts A and B. And so the sense of that kind of top hat version of District A, and then that eastern version of District B, and you can see that they grab that population in the middle, based on our earlier conversation, grabbing that central downtown portion and putting it with B. Instead of drawing kind of a central core district and then a western district, they drew kind of a mid, so they go A is the northern, D is the central, and C is the southern on the western side of the city. They draw districts with the maximum Latino population is 28.5, and they have very small deviations, as you can see. You can also look at the neighborhood boundaries and see that there are some areas where they really strictly follow neighborhood boundaries, and other areas where they seem to have prioritized something else in their community of interest testimony. These plans, just so people understand, there were a number of people engaging in drawing this plan, so this really did seem like a plan that was a kind of workshop by the community, and a lot of different voices speaking as they were going forward with this. This second plan drawn by the petitioner and submitted is, I'd say, very different than the other plans that you've seen so far tonight. And it does, as you can see, the deviations of roughly 6.5% total deviation. You can see that the Latino population, they have a district that's 31% Latino, and in this case, the 31% Latino district is that District C. Now that's different than what we've seen in the other plans, where the more Latino district maybe incorporated more of that central downtown and northern portion. In this one, that central downtown northern portion is essentially in 3 different districts. And also in that District C, you see a completely different kind of way of envisioning that part of the city. And so, you might look at this with, an eye towards compactness or contiguity or functional contiguity, and think of it in a different way than we've seen with the other plans. Again, this plan and the plan submitted by the Latino community definitely show different trade-offs, and I think that it's really important to have this kind of input from people that have been advocating for this districting for a long time. So I think that we should be really thankful of this testimony and of having really high-quality maps submitted by the public. In addition to these maps, I don't want to discount just the huge amount of really well thought out input in writing. People who are using our community of interest worksheet or submitting emails to the city, really putting a lot of their heart into describing their community of interest and providing us with the tools to bring this plan together in a way that we can document is aligned with the community of interest testimony that we received. With that, I'm going to release the screen and see if anybody has any questions.
I don't see any at this.
So actually, there's more slides, huh? I'm sorry.
That's okay, we'll switch them over here, Paul, so we can advance them on our side. Thank you. Glad you could see them.
Thank you.
Not quite yet. We got part two.
Okay.
So for the members of the public, I am City Attorney Michael Barrett, and as the City Clerk summarized at the beginning of the presentation, there are three actions that are being presented to Council for consideration and for the public for comment. The first and the most significant is the establishment of the district boundary map, and that was what we just heard from our consulting demographer, Paul Mitchell. The second two elements I'm going to touch on briefly in just 3 slides, and then we'll get to the public comment portion. But the second item is to have council identify the sequence of elections for the boundary maps, and the third is the introduction of an ordinance that ties all of these things together, the district boundary map and the sequence of elections. And so what sequence of elections means is that for a district-based or district boundary map district election process that we're talking about, where there's staggered elections, 2 members of council get elected in one election, 2 years later the other 2 members of council get elected. In that staggered election system, the council needs to identify how that staggering occurs. And so naturally, we have 2 members of council that are incumbents through 2022, and those members of council will maintain their seats through 2022, and we have what will be 2 open seats in 2020. And so we need to decide, the council will need to decide which districts are going to be the location of the 2 seats that are up for election in 2020, and which will be up for election in 2022, each of which has a 4-year term. I did want to make one point about the presentation that is in all of the PowerPoint presentations that Mr. Mitchell just provided and in the staff reports. There are references to the districts being identified by letters A through D, and in the ordinance, there's an identification of the districts being identified as numbers. There's only a placeholder in the ordinance to have council identify which of the geographical districts will be identified 1, 2, 3, 4, because when the ordinance is being proposed for adoption, we will be converting the district letters to numbers, and the typical practice, as I understand it, is that for council members elected in presidential years, such as 2020, they will have even numbered districts, so 2 and 4, and the council members that are elected in off presidential years, 2022 and beyond, will have odd number districts. So again, currently placeholders A, B, C, and D, those will be converted as we get to the adoption of the ordinance into districts 1, 2, 3, and 4. So essentially, the next few slides will just be talking about the parameters for the decision making for identifying that sequence of elections. And I think you jumped ahead there. I just wanted to hit on the last grouping of bullets there. There are really sort of 3 sets of elements that we're going to talk about. There's guidance that's provided in the election code, and it is guidance, there aren't requirements, that are identifying, considering the purposes of the California Voting Rights Act, and considering preferences expressed by members of the districts. And then the last item is that as a charter city, the council does have significant discretion in identifying the sequence of elections. So then we can move on to the next slide, which is the first of the 3 elements, which is consider the purpose of the California Voting Rights Act. And council may remember, as the city clerk was summarizing, the very first time that we talked about this in public is we were talking about the fact that we received a letter from the petitioner requesting the city to convert from the current at-large system to a district-based election process, and that is the essential purpose of the California Voting Rights Act. It is that if there is a local jurisdiction, such as the city, that has an at-large election process for electing council members, and there's racially polarized voting, which was alleged by the petitioner, then the California Voting Rights Act provides the process to convert to district-based elections. That's the primary purpose of the Voting Rights Act. Now, there is legislative history that has been cited by the petitioner and by others that talks about providing an opportunity for what's characterized as a majority-minority district to be on the ballot in presidential election cycle. And so majority minority, so for us, the relevant minority for the city of Napa is the Latino or Latinx, the Hispanic population. And if a majority of the Latino population is in one district, that creates a majority minority district. But as you heard in the presentation from Mr. Mitchell just now, there is no majority minority district in the city of Napa. And therefore, that provision that's identified in the legislative history for the California Voting Rights Act does not apply to us. And to attempt to apply it in a situation where there's less than a majority of a minority could create constitutional problems based on the strict scrutiny analysis that would be applied to that consideration. So we can move on to the next consideration, which is preferences expressed by members of districts. And quite frankly, this is a portion in the legislation where that provision can be read in a couple of different ways. We, at the staff level, read it from the perspective of considering interests expressed by members, resident members of the districts, who, as identified here, in the community workshop process, 11 of the participants who identified a preference for the sequence of elections identified a sequence where the current incumbents with terms through 2022 were in districts that were identified to be up for election in 2022. So we just modeled that, mirrored that in the staff recommendation so that the 4 plans that are identified on the city's webpage do identify that sequence of election whereby the 2 current incumbents with terms ending in 2022 are up for election in 2022. And the last slide on this point is, again, going back to the point to emphasize that as a charter city, the city council does have deferential discretion to make this decision, especially since, as I indicated, the only guidance we have on this point is just that guidance, not requirements. So it's important to distinguish, whereas the determination for sequence of election is guidance, the determination for identifying the district boundary maps that Mr. Mitchell just summarized are requirements that are set forth in the election code to identify the requirement that needs to be met for the district boundary map in an order of priority. Here, the council has discretion to determine, based on guidance, what the sequence of election will be. And as identified here, it's not at all unusual for jurisdictions to select a sequence of election similar to what was suggested by staff, where incumbents maintain their seat if feasible, and the open seat is in our case up for election in 2020. So that's the end of the presentation with respect to sequence of elections. The introduction of the ordinance, again, is just tying those 2 pieces together, and we can address that at the end of the presentation after we hear from public comment. Before we turn to public comment, if council has any questions of me, I'd be happy to address them. Mr. Mitchell offered to hear or respond to questions. I'd also like to invite our outside legal counsel to introduce herself, and perhaps if there's anything that I or Mr. Mitchell missed that you would like to address. Marguerite Leone from the law firm of Nielsen Mercimer is here on the line on teleconference.
Good. Yep, there I am. Nice to see you all again, and those were 2 thorough and excellent presentations, and at this point I have nothing to add, and I'd be happy to answer your questions if there's anything that comes my way.
Okay. So at this point, I just want to be sure we deal with any disclosures that the council may have. That means information that we've received outside of this process concerning this issue. So, Scott, you're looking pensive. Turn yourself on.
No disclosures on anything other than email after email and things that we've been copied by the clerk's office and we've got all through packages. So all that stuff, I think, that's been shared with all the council members.
Yes.
But no one-on-one any kind of disclosure.
And Vice Mayor Gentry?
Yes, I've spoken to several people out and about. I haven't been out and about much, but I have run into some people that have had some strong opinions about different maps, and but no, nothing, just them kind of sharing the emails that were already sent. Nothing really different than that.
Councilmember Alessio?
Only thing to add is that I did talk to Bernie Narvaez earlier today. He was concerned because the Latinx map had his name on it, and he said that wasn't really appropriate. That wasn't his map. And so just maybe for the record, I had that conversation, and that's what he said.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Luros?
The same. I also spoke with Bernie Narvaez today, and he indicated that map was not of his preference, and then I also had the same conversations with the same conversations that have been mentioned already.
All right. And I had no outside conversations or information gathering. So we will now go to the public testimony portion of this hearing, and I will go to the city clerk. Do you have any emails or phone connections?
We have both. We have 2 phone calls that we'll be making, and we have, it looks like 16 email comments. So
right.
not all too lengthy, don't. But I'm just waiting for my light to start blinking here so I can pick up a phone call. Or we could read maybe one comment, so because it looks like Paulette's getting somebody on the line right now.
This takes a lot of your staff behind the scenes.
Yeah,
they
say it takes a village, right? It does. I'm very thankful for mine. I hope you can all hear that. Okay, I'm putting someone through. Good afternoon, or good evening. Is this Kevin? Hi, Kevin. Okay, this is Tiffany. I'm going to put you through on speaker. Did you say it was James or Kevin? Oh, it is Kevin. Okay, sorry, it went out for a second. I'm going to put you through to speakerphone. You'll be on with council. Just a reminder, it's a 3-minute time. The sound, the beeper will beep at 30 seconds to remind you to wrap up. It will beep again at 3 minutes, and then we will disconnect the call as it's not intended for a 2-way conversation. But you will be able to hear any follow-up should the council have any. Yep, I'm going to do it. Transfer. I'm putting it through right now. Okay, Kevin, you're on.
Hi there, council. This is Kevin Teague, 1455 First Street. Been here at every meeting, so I figured I'd join this one. First, I'm going to start with, I'm a proponent of Map A. It makes sense. I think we all know that. I've been through the record, and I don't think there's any good reason not to go with a map like Map A. We don't need the mudslinging around it. So enough said. What I really want to talk about was about priorities and doing the right thing in the city. And, as a guide to that, we all grew up with prepare for the worst and hope for the best. And as you know, Napa's done a really good job in this pandemic so far, listening to the public health officials. We kept our numbers low, but we all know we're going to have a big economic fallout, and this could last until 2023. And the predictions are that small business and the small business workforce will be hit the hardest. Sadly, that may not be the worst. That may be the best we're dealing with. The worst is that the public health crisis can continue with surges until we hit a vaccine. Till we get there, this will prolong the impact on the economy. We also know we're coming up to summer that has dry weather conditions, and hopefully we can avoid fires, but we may not be able to avoid PG&E shutdowns. This can hit all the businesses like mine that are working from home for this time, or any other disaster can make this even worse to drive us right off that cliff into the depression level of unemployment and productivity. So back to preparing for the worst. I'm hoping you guys will help us prepare for that. So this is what you guys can do. This is what I'm asking of you tonight. Your decisions tonight really need to be about providing us with stability. That means giving us the right maps and sequencing that won't disrupt Napa and won't cause more disruption than we already have through this process. Stability is really important for us. And while some of you have been subject to some criticism for making decisions that looks like it's self-serving, I know that's not. The community knows that's not. So you got to ignore that criticism. It's really irrelevant in these times. And what we elected you guys to do was the right thing for Napa, and we know you can do that. And right now, the right thing is to maximize our stability at the city through these decisions you can do. And that means, following staff recommendations and following the sequencing. B and C should be in 2020 and A and D in 2022. And that's how each of you can help us prepare for this. And I know that you guys have Napa in your heart, and we'll let wisdom rather than politics guide you tonight. And I want to thank you for all of your hard work in doing what you do, and appreciate all that you do for our community. So thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Council.
Okay. Thank you, Kevin. Okay. Oops. He says thank you. Good evening. Is this James? Okay. Hi, James. You know the drill. 3 minutes, 30 seconds will beep. I'll give you a heads up in case you can't hear, and I'm putting you through now. Okay, James, you're on.
Hi, this is James Hinton again. I enjoyed hearing from the previous speaker there, Kevin Teague. He's a real smart guy with a great education from the West Park, Redwood Middle School, and then the Napa High, which I happen to have gone to the same schools. And you picked both of our maps here for the final. One thing that I'd like to talk about map C versus the other three maps is the numbers on the map C are weighted so that as the Saskell Gateway South develops and the Stanley Ranch develop, those two districts in the south and the east will grow to catch up with the west and the north. So it's weighted in the right way. And I also split Highway 29 up in the north. It's not as connected as in the south, where you have roads like Old Sonoma Road that cross and go over. But the biggest thing about map C versus the other maps are it divides the most economically diverse neighborhoods in our community. And I'm talking about Browns Valley, where you have $1 million homes that are 2,000 and 3,000 square foot, versus Westwood, one of the older neighborhoods with smaller homes, a lot of them under 1,000 square foot, and some of the lower priced homes, with a lot of families in this concentrated area. So the people living in there versus Browns Valley are the most polar opposite. And that's why my map C, it splits those neighborhoods, and it really kind of keeps the value of the neighborhoods together. It doesn't split any neighborhoods, although I was talking with our consultant who did a great job on this presentation. I was showing him some other areas where you could cut in some streets in, like in the Browns Valley East, everything east of Matt Avenue where the 7-Eleven and Chevron is, those apartments, those could come off and go into the Westwood District as well. And there's some little tweaks like that he said we'll be talking about at future meetings. But I hope you realize the importance of why we've come to this position and we're being sued and elections are unfair, and let's try to separate Browns Valley from Westwood. Thank you.
Thank you, James.
All right, now we're going on to the emails.
Yes, ma'am. So our first email is from Ernie Solobon to the attention of Napa City Council members regarding April 21st, 2020 meeting agenda item 16A. With regard to the issue of the transition to district-based elections for council members, and in particular, the draft maps for plans A through D, I provide the following comment. I am a resident of the Napa-Abojo Fuller Park District, and I have studied and analyzed the data and boundaries as detailed in the draft maps of Plans A through D. In consideration of these 4 plans for the future benefit of all districts within the city of Napa, I urge the council members to adopt the option of Plan A.
The purpose of the California Voting Rights Act is to empower the vote of protected groups, in this case Latinos, by changing from an at-large to district elections. I support the demographer's map D because it creates the district with the highest percentage of Latino voters. I hope you will consider doing the right thing and support the demographer's map D also. Thank you, Mark Dahlman.
Shirley Knight, 3718 Newark Drive. Dear Napa City Council, first I would like to thank you for continuing forward with this process and complying with the law. Second, I would like to express my unconditional support for the demographer's map D. The purpose of the California Voting Rights Act of 2001 is to shift jurisdictions from at-large to district elections to ensure that the vote of protected groups, in this instance Latinos, is not diluted. I endorse the demographer's map D because it establishes a strong Latino district in compliance with the California Voting Rights Act and other relevant laws. Thank you for your consideration.
From the Napa County Progressive Alliance Steering Committee. Good evening, Napa City Council. We submitted 2 map proposals to be considered by the council. These 2 proposals include a 5-district map in which all 5 council members would be elected by district with the mayor selected annually by the council itself, and a 4-district map in which 4 council members would be elected by district with the mayor still elected at large by voters throughout the city. The following principles drove our map development. 1, create 1 or more districts with a high percentage of Latino citizen voting age population. 2, respect major geographic definers such as Highway 29 and major roads, for example, Trancas and Imola and the Napa River. Consider the main county island, the West Pueblo Linda Vista Island, which is majority Latino, so that upon annexation, the residents do not become part of a district in which their votes will be diluted. 4, combine neighborhoods that are similar in character as much as possible. The rationale of our 5-district map is that electing all of the council members by district best promotes the purpose of the California Voting Rights Act of not diluting minority votes through at-large elections. It creates 2 districts with a high Latino CVAP by more accurately capturing Latino neighborhoods dispersed throughout Napa. In addition, adding a district results in smaller districts, which facilitates grassroots campaigning and better neighborhood representation. Our 4-district map creates 1 district with a high Latino CVAP 32%. Annexation of the West Pueblo Island would increase the Latino CVAP of the 2nd highest district and would not put it over the allowed population. In addition, the 4-district maps, we believe this map best reflects neighborhoods, specifically the Old Town area of Napa, by combining the southwestern portion of Alta Heights, a historic area, with the other neighborhoods that comprise Old Town, Downtown, Central, Napa Bow, and Fuller Park. Of the 4 maps submitted by the demographer, map D best fits the above criteria. Of the demographer's 4 maps, map D creates the highest Latino CVAP district, 31.9%, which is comparable to our 4-district map. It respects major geographic definers such as Highway 29 and major roads, for example, Trancas and Imola and the Napa River. It is the only one of the demographer's maps that does not place the West Pueblo Linda Vista County Island in the Browns Valley District, which has the lowest Latino CVAP, where Latino votes would be diluted after annexation.
Instead, Map D places the county island in the highest Latino CVAP district. In sum, our first choice is our 5-district map, followed by our 4-district map and the demographer's Map D. Please remember, when you run for re-election, you will need to explain your map choice to the Latino voters. Thank you. Signed, Amy Martinson, co-coordinator, Chris Milan, co-coordinator, Gary Orton, secretary, Deborah Dowman, treasurer, Beth Nielsen, communities chair, and Valerie Wolf, membership chair.
Dear Mayor and City Council, I am Ricky Hurtado, and today I'm speaking as a resident of our city with respect to the district election. Before I move forward, however, I hope that you and your families are staying safe and well. Thank you for the work you are doing during this very difficult time. Although not an ideal time to move forward with this respect, it looks like the city has to move forward with districting. Therefore, I would like to recommend that the city consider Plan C, as this is my primary choice. If I had a second choice, that would be Plan A. I believe that both of those maps would help to meeting the purpose of the petition. Thank you for your consideration, time, energy, and leadership to ensure that everyone in our community is heard. With respect, Ricky Hurtado.
Shelley Rice. Council members, I'm not sure if you're aware what the purpose of the California Voting Rights Act is. It is to empower the vote of protected groups, in this case Latinos, by changing from the at-large to district elections. I believe the City Council should support the demographer's Map D. That is because it creates the district with the highest percentage of Latino voters. I hope when you choose the map, you choose Map D, not Map A, because Map A is based on a politician's idea primarily for himself. Let's do the fair and right thing. Please step up to the plate on this. I thank you, Shelley Rice.
Valerie Wolf, council members, the purpose of the California Voting Rights Act is to empower the vote of protected groups, in this case Latinos, by changing from at-large to district elections. I support the demographer's Map D because it creates the district with the highest percentage of Latino voters. This is the fair and proper districting solution for going forward. Valerie Wolf.
Dear Mayor and City Council, I agree with the staff report and proposed adoption of Plan A. I'm a resident of the city of Napa, of voting age, and registered to vote.
By changing from at-large to district election.
My preference on the order of election with Plan A are Districts B and C in 2020 and District A and D in 2022. I understand that this hearing regarding districting is being completed due to the petition the city received in January prior to the COVID-19 pandemic that has changed our world. I support the council's decision to move forward. At this critical time, it is extremely important that we ensure that Napa has stability and our council can do the hard work ahead to bring our local jobs and economy back. I support your effort to move forward with Plan A and the sequencing mentioned above. Jed C. Wallenbrook.
AJ Siniaho, 49 Franklin Street, Abajo National Historic District. Council members, the purpose of the California Voting Rights Act is to empower the vote of protected groups, in this case Latinos, by changing from at-large to district elections. I want you to vote for the demographer's Map D because it creates the district with the highest percentage of Latino voters. This is the fair and proper districting solution for going forward.
David Campbell. Hello, Napa City Council. I am writing to express my strong support for the demographer's Map D as the map that creates the strongest Latino district with 31.9% Latino voting age population in the Central District. I would also like to comment that I noticed when looking at all the draft maps submitted by members of the public that a map that was developed and submitted by Jeff Dodd, his wife, land use attorney Kevin Teague, and a few others at the community workshop would later become Map A submitted by the demographer. On their map, Jeff Dodd et al. Even wrote the election sequence that would later be the sequence recommended by city staff. It seems that this group of individuals has exerted an inordinate amount of influence over this process, and I sense the handiwork of Jeff Dodd's father, State Senator Bill Dodd, in the background. Looking at the draft maps, I also noted that Latino City Council candidate Bernie Navarez and a few other Latino leaders have rallied around Map A as well, and I am wondering why. Map A creates the weakest Latino districts of all four maps developed by the demographer and places the West Pueblo, Linda Vista, County Island, which is majority Latino, into the predominantly Anglo-Browns Valley district, which will dilute their vote after annexation. I live in the Browns Valley area and can attest to its overwhelmingly Anglo nature. What is it about Map A that has brought these individuals together? What common interests do they share in Map A and that election sequence? Unless I am missing something, it appears to be about electoral politics and not about empowering Latino voters. Perhaps they could explain. David Campbell.
Cindy Clark. Good evening, City Council. Thank you for your continuing to pursue districting and for moving, let me try this again, sorry. Thank you for continuing to pursue districting and for providing alternative means for the public to participate. As I mentioned during public comment at your last meeting, I'm a resident of Old Town Napa living on Franklin Street. I would like to weigh in on the draft maps from the perspective. I feel that the map submitted by the Napa County Progressive Alliance best captured a future Old Town district in central Napa by only extending the northern border to Lincoln instead of to Trancas. Extending the western border to Highway 29, Napa, by only extending to the southern border to Imola Avenue, and picking up the additional need of population by extending the eastern border into the southern portion of Alta Heights, which has an historic homes and is similar in character of the rest of Old Town. I believe that the district they create best constitutes a community of interest connected by our desire to preserve our historic homes and neighborhoods and by our use of common shopping areas such as Oxbow Market and downtown Napa. I have not heard the council discuss the merits of these maps or any issues that they have with them to date. I hope you will this evening. Respectfully, Cindy Clark. Sorry for my stumbling.
Bruce and Carol Barge, 251 Caswell Street. Hello, I sent the comments to you yesterday and if possible would like them read to the council in regards to item number 16A on the agenda. Comments. We're in favor of Plan A with this exception. District B should include the immediate areas south of Imola and west of Highway 29. This would include areas such as Snow Elementary, the former K-1 radio station property, and neighborhoods in the Grandview, Hilton, St. Francis Circle, and other streets in that area. Right now, these neighborhoods areas are in District C, which starts all the way north and east at Trancas Boulevard. This really treats the area south of Imola and west of Highway 29 as an island with nothing in common with its overall district. We think placing those neighborhoods areas into District B makes more geographic and demographic sense. Thank you. Bruce and Carol Borge.
Okay. Garrett M. Brown. I would like to say that I feel like our community shouldn't be separated into tribes like this, and I oppose districting in general. Since this is my chance to have some input, I think Map C is most appropriate. Thank you.
Members of City Council, the purpose of the California Voting Rights Act is to empower the vote of protected groups, in this case Latinos, by changing from at-large to district elections. I support the demographer's Map D because it creates the district with the highest percentage of Latino voters. Thank you, Michael, for your...
Taylor Reddick Teague. Dear Mayor and Council, I agree with the staff report and proposed adoption of Map A. Regarding sequencing under Plan A, I am a resident of proposed District C. I am of voting age and registered to vote. My preference on the order of election is B and C in 2020 and A and D in 2022. Thank you. Taylor Reddick Teague.
Joanne Lombardi. Members of the City Council. The purpose of the California Voting Rights Act is to empower the vote of protected groups, in this case Latinos, by changing from at-large to district elections. I support the demographer's map D because it creates the district with the highest percentage of Latino voters. Thank you, Joanne Lombardi.
Rochelle Figueroa. Members of the City Council. The purpose of the California Voting Rights Act is to empower the vote of protected groups, in this case Latinos, by changing from at-large to district elections. I support the demographer's map D because it creates a district with the highest percentage of Latino voters. Thank you, Rochelle Figueroa.
And we don't have any more emails at this time.
So, since we received no additional comments from the public via email or phone, we will now move to close the public testimony. Any additional emails received will be submitted as part of the written record. Is there a motion to close the public testimony?
Motion to close.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call.
Roll call. Council members Alessio.
Yes.
Loros.
Aye.
Sedgley. Vice Mayor Gentry.
Yes.
Mayor Tekel.
Aye.
Okay, closed.
Ayes 1, 3-2.
Don't get it confusing now.
Yeah, I know. So we're at the point where we can ask questions and share information and discuss the options that are before us. Right?
Correct. There are three separate slides for the three separate actions, and the staff recommendation would be that the council deliberate and take action on each of them separately. So first, decide on the district boundary maps, and then the sequence of elections, and then introduce the ordinance.
All right. So Mary, I didn't check in with you. Do you have any questions or comments?
I don't have questions. I do have a lot of comments. If you want to have other people ask questions first, that's fine, or I'm happy to give you my thoughts.
I think you're fine giving your thoughts, yep.
All right. So during the first two meetings regarding districting, I intentionally didn't say anything. I didn't express an opinion about what the map should look like, because I think that the public input is so important with what we're doing, and I didn't want my opinion to cover that. But now we have maps, and I believe they're based on good and thoughtful work. And I just want to say I appreciate the literally hundreds of pages of public testimony that we've received on this. Of the four maps that we're considering, I do believe that A checks most of the boxes in terms of the criteria that we set forward. In terms of equal population, it has the smallest deviation in population. It's a few hundred versus the other maps, which are over 1,000. In terms of contiguity, compactness, and integrity, each district is in one piece. All portions of the districts are physically adjacent. No districts are too diffuse, meaning like they don't extend too far from the center. There are no squiggly lines. There's no districts that are oddly shaped. It looks very clean. In terms of communities of interest, it maintains neighborhoods clearly. Downtown is kept together, Browns Valley is kept together, Alta Heights and East Napa are kept together, and north of Trancas is all together. And I think doing that leads into the criteria, which I think is actually one of the most important, which is that the boundaries are easily identifiable and understandable to residents. It's easiest to describe map A. District A is everything west of Trancas, B is Browns Valley, basically everything west of 29. C is downtown and central Napa. D is east of Saukville, the college, Stanley Ranch, and Napa Pipe. So I have lots of thoughts about the other ones, but for me right now, I'm looking pretty heavily at A. I don't think B and C really accomplish what we're trying to do. I liked the Latino map that was attributed to Bernie Narvaez. I'd be interested in knowing more about that, but I still think that A is probably the best. I did like Carol Barge's suggestion about map A, including the little area in District C that's west of Highway 29, to have that part go into District B instead. I'm not sure what the population effect of that would be, but if it's still a relatively equal population after doing that, I do think that that makes sense, that small change. And in terms of sequencing, I think the incumbents should be able to keep their seats if that's feasible, and if that's something that we can do, I think that that makes sense. I think that's probably just the easiest way to move forward.
And Mary, it's probably at the moment when you're looking at map A, what district would you be in?
I think I'm in D.
D? Okay.
D is in dog, Delta.
Okay.
I think. Hold on.
I know there were some questions a couple weeks ago about where the
so hold on 1 second.
Where the incumbents would be, and we wanted to keep that information out of the press for the demographer to be sure that he wasn't influenced by that. Okay?
Yeah.
It looks like you got your light on, Councilwoman Alessio.
I do. Thank you. Thank you for your comments, Councilwoman Barros. I follow suit, in terms of the points that you make. I do have a question because there's a lot of public testimony via email regarding map D and contributing with the highest percentage of Latino voters. And Council, you provided us some information prior to talking about we didn't have any districts that had, and if I misspeak, please forgive me, but we didn't have any polarization within Napa, and there weren't any districts that provided a majority within Napa in terms of the Latinx population or voters. Is that correct, or or maybe this is a question for Paul too?
The quick answer is that you are correct. The districts that have been discussed tonight have referred to a district in map D with a Latino CVAP of a little over 31%, and map A has District C with 28.2% CVAP. But perhaps Paul, Mitchell, or Marguerite would like to elaborate.
Do you understand the question? I think you're muted.
I can elaborate just to say that there was not any ability to create a majority-minority district in this area. In fact, as I said, and I believe there's sort of 3 census block groups only that even in of themselves achieve that amount of Latino density. And then I'll defer to Marguerite on this finer point of essentially this threshold that you do cross. If you can get to a district that has more than 50% Latino population and you have the ability to identify certain factors in the polarization of that voting behavior in order to trigger kind of a higher standard legally that might require a numbering convention to kind of favor that district. So, Marguerite, do you want to take it from there? Unmute, Marguerite. Unmute.
Okay, how did that work?
That works. Perfect.
Okay, fine. Paul, this might be a little bit back in your bailiwick as well. These CVAP numbers are estimates. They're not head counts. And probably the estimates are derived from data that are several years old. And all of this data has a margin of error. And there may not be a really appreciable difference between a district that's 28% Latino CVAP and one that's 31%. So I wouldn't be under the impression that there's significance there. But Paul is correct that legally the significance begins to attach when you have the ability to create a majority Latino district. And that's because the ability to elect becomes important. And the right to vote at that point, in terms of non-dilution, becomes a serious issue. And Paul has mentioned that in his studies of the city of Napa, it's not possible to get anywhere near a majority Latino district without significant gerrymandering. And so that concern that arises under the Federal Voting Rights Act does not attach in Napa. So while you're evaluating this plan, your focus is directed actually by California law to matters other than race. But I think you can do that with the confidence that in Napa, because the minority population is dispersed, the neighborhoods are well integrated, which is a compliment to the city, that there really is not a material difference between a district that's 28% Latino estimate, 28% Latino CVAP, and one that's 31% Latino CVAP.
And I'll back up Marguerite on that technical aspect of it. Since she walked us into the weeds a little bit, I love talking about this, but the citizen voting age population data is actually a 5-year rolling average data. And so it does come out every year, so we would consider this fresh. However, only 20% of that data is from the most recent year. The remainder of that data is kind of a rolling average from prior years. And so every year it gets updated a little bit. And there is a calculation that we can actually do to say what is the margin of error on that 28% or 30%. In fact, there are redistrictings where I've kind of suggested we don't even go to the decimal point on CVAP because it starts to imply this specificity that might not actually be there on that data. So comparing something that's 27.1 to 28.3 might be a little bit, putting too much faith in the quality of that data. Now, one thing to say about it, since this is a 5-year rolling average, the next time you're in this redistricting, these CVAPs are not going to change as dramatically potentially as the overall population will, where the overall population is 10-year snapshots, and this is a 5-year slowly rolling average.
Thank you very much. That's helpful.
Can I take him for a second to talk about Mary's question?
Yes.
As long as I have. Mary had the question about district or Plan A, and I think it's District C, and the portion of, it's green, the portion of green that's on the other side of the freeway, and why it was designed that way. Is that your question, Mary?
Not so much a question, it was a suggestion of Carol Barge to include that little bit of green, a little bit of C that's south of Imola and west of 29. If it's not a big population change, I think it makes a lot more sense for that to be in B instead of C.
And I agree with that, actually, depending on the number of the population.
With a minute, I'll be able to get you the population number of that, and we can discuss whether it makes a significant.
Okay. He's doing this on the fly. It's still Liz's turn.
But just to follow up on that comment.
Okay.
Just so we can all be on the same page on that. I like to keep things simple, and when you look at what's logical and what's connected, what's compact, that did stand out to me also.
Exactly.
That piece, Foster Road on the west side, because it is part of that whole Westwood west side.
Exactly.
So,
I agree. Yeah, I think we know these neighborhoods so well. Let's see, nobody else folks in the community, they don't. But I do think that makes the most sense in terms of the neighborhoods, the continuity and of the neighborhoods, and it does make sense, and I respect and appreciate the comments on that.
Where do you live on that day?
Pardon?
I think it was the question I asked Mary, which district she would be in on map A.
Yes, I'm north of, so I would be in A of A.
A of A.
Yeah, A of A. I agree with the comments in terms of needing stability, and this came to us unannounced and quite kind of surprised. We weren't predicting this in terms of what we were going to be working on this year, among many other things. Looking at the maps and looking at in terms of just the overall equity of the numbers and the percentages within the Latinx community, because of course this was not brought to us by the Latinx community. I just want everybody else to know that this came from Napa Valley Progressive. And the Latinx community, they were quite surprised that they were named in the petition and that this was even happening. They were as surprised as we were. So I'm just going to say that on their behalf. Also wanting to keep everything in consideration, I also know that many of them do like Map A. I also like Map A. It shows great diversity and equity. I see, as we are going to be redistricting after the 2020 census anyways, and the numbers are going to show even more population in the Latinx community, because we know in terms of just enrollment within our schools, we've got anywhere between 50 and 60% Latinx representing in our schools. So it's going to continue to change. But I think, looking at A with the potential option of connecting B to that one section that we've already discussed, it makes the most logical sense. I think it does provide that stability. It would be easy to identify. It has the lowest deviation of the 2.4%. And so I would recommend map A, and I would also recommend in terms of sequencing, if we're going that route, I would recommend to go ahead and go with the two open districts. It would make the most sense for 2020, which would be B and C, and then in 2022 go to A and D. And I'm in favor of keeping the mayor at large.
It was interesting. I asked Michael Barrett the other day if we had, in this case, District A and D get elected, and you and Mary both live in A or D, what would happen? And there would then be an additional person in those districts that would get elected, and the other two areas, B and C, would have no representation if we scheduled it that way. Was that right? And I went, whoa.
Correct.
And then in 2 years, when your election's up, there's already somebody in your district representing it, so then you wouldn't be eligible. Well, you could run, but they'd already be there. We'd be faced with the same issue.
Around 2024.
Yeah, we'd be faced with the same issue. Vice Mayor Gentry, you've been waiting.
Yes. Yes, I just wanted to say I really appreciate the presentation, and I appreciate what the comments were. The main comment I wanted to make is that I am so proud of our community that we do have our Latino population dispersed throughout our city. And when I look at these percents and I look at the numbers on every map, Plan A, B, C, D, E, and there's so many, the percent of distribution is pretty similar. And I just think that's really speaks volumes of our community, that no matter where you live in Napa, there are other populations all mixed up with us. And I just think that's the best way for a community to be, and that just makes me really proud of our city. I too like Plan A. We got the most letters I personally received the most letters to support Plan A. And I took a hard look. I'm like, well, why are all these people supporting Plan A? And yet when I looked at it, I can't say another thing except what Mary Luros said in in that, you know, the lines are so equally divided. And as far as those of us who live here, it's just really easy to explain. And like Carol Barge suggested, putting that one little bit of green into B, that one little green from C into B, which is that Foster Road area, makes perfect sense to me, especially when we're walking and campaigning. So I would love to see that. And then as far as the sequence, I too definitely favor section A and D being in this election, remaining for 2022, and B and C being open for this election district for the presidential election. And when I look at the Hispanics, they're not being left out. You know, they get the presidential year, and it's equally divided, I think, pretty much beyond the blue, orange, green, and everything. So the B and C are not being disenfranchised by choosing them for this election. I think we were not supposed to ignore a district because we have a current elected in it. I remembered somebody saying that at some point. Is that right, Michael? We weren't supposed to make our decision because of where our politicians live?
Well, again, that was talking about the district boundaries as opposed to the sequence of elections. So for district boundaries, the location of a candidate or an incumbent is not a community of interest for the purpose of drawing the district boundaries.
Lines. Correct. Yeah, but now that we've drawn them and we see that both Liz and Mary live in A and D on Plan A, I like Plan A and B and C being up for election this year.
Okay. It looks like you're ready to report back, Paul? On this.
Yeah, so can you see the little snippet? Yep. It's not as pretty as our other maps, so I apologize, but this is the raw GIS software. And the number that you see there is the 845. So there are 845 people in those census blocks per the 2010 census. What that does is it inflates the size of your central district to 996. Now, that makes that district over 5% deviation, however, still maintains that the largest district and the absolute value of the smallest district won't be more than 10. So it'll make that deviation around, I'm guessing like 5.2, 5.5, but the total deviation of the plan would probably still be around 7. I can actually run that later, but I do know that we would be within the 10%. We're taking your district C would be underpopulated by about 800, and your district B would be overpopulated by 996. I'm sorry, the other way around.
No, I think that's right.
So I was looking at, let me look at A. So C is losing 845.
Right.
B is gaining 845 for it to be 996.
So you're saying it wouldn't disqualify us if we did that?
Perfect terminology. Yeah, it would not disqualify. It would not exceed any threshold that we've set forward in the conversations that we've had thus far. It would create a district that's in a greater deviation than in the other plans, but it's because this plan that we're looking at making adjustments to already had the narrowest deviations to begin with, that actually gives you the kind of change like this without putting yourselves outside of those margins.
Well, I like doing that.
Okay. I'll now go to Councilmember Sedgley.
Thank you, Mayor Tegel. Is that the right mic? Yes, it is. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is quite a project, and going through all of the juggling the numbers and moving the boundaries along. I too look at Plan A as being the most logical. That one little deviation to the southwest we saw, and it's a little funny how it goes north of Pueblo along 29 all the way up to Trancas. It's kind of a little extension up there, but I know if we eliminate 845 from the center section, that will even reduce it further if we kind of square off that piece either to, most likely to D above Pueblo. So if it all fits within the criteria and the numbers, it seems like that little fudging will work. A is, it's compact, it's logical, it's, north of Trancas, follows the Saskell corridor. D is east of the Saskell corridor predominantly, B west of of Highway 29, and C up the center. It just seems to make most logical, of all of the 4 districts, and sticking with 4, and I support 4 districts in this census. Sequencing, we're fortunate as a council, it's kind of worked out that way, it looks like. Technically, we don't file for anything future until July, so technically there could be potential, but we don't anticipate that. But so we're just fortunate. It only makes sense if 2 of our council members are in midterm, and when we district, they end up in not the same district. That's good fortune for when we go through this process. So. Yeah, and like we say, these are estimates in the Latino population, and really insignificant right now on these numbers of 28 to 31. As we fudge this next year, when the next census comes in, that could, I think as Mr. Mitchell has said, it's probably not likely to change that a lot. It could, but I don't see it. It seems to me at this point to provide staff with the direction to keep moving. I too could support Plan A or Map A and the 4 districts and the sequencing, as we had mentioned, with A and D being in 2022.
And I want to say I appreciated getting the bird's eye view of what the planning meetings were like, what kind of maps were drawn from those meetings. I really thank you for including them as part of the presentation. It really made it kind of come alive of how this process worked, and appreciated you working with our community and including those maps in this report. There's some pride here for those that were involved here in the community, sort of saying, yay, they recognize my map and the work that my group did. So I appreciate that. As we're talking about A and then it makes sense, I'm looking at D and saying there's lots of odd movements in D, going over the freeway, the exact same issue that we're trying to solve in A by moving that little green part over to B. It does make sense, and I think those of us that have run for office and are looking at an area, this would be very easy to interpret, and probably pretty easy for the election department to come out and figure out the district elections. So I too support A, and really am thrilled that we ended up with you, Paul, and your great job of working with the community and really taking the mystery out of this process. I do say someone who I thought from the community, Bob Vandevelde, really got involved with some of the software that he found online, and I think ignited some people into seeing possibilities. And so it was a community building process, and I appreciate that, and appreciate that we got to a place where it looks like all 5 of us support one plan, which is a lot easier, I imagine, than some places where you've been with more challenges. Councilwoman Alessio.
Yes, thank you. You're over here. You might be seeing me over here with all these papers. Well, it's because we received all the supplemental emails and opinion and what folks wanted. And I was counting, and there's 34 emails that were not read for public comment. But I was looking at those because I was so surprised that we received so much support for D when I've been getting so much support for A.
Yes.
In addition to these 34 emails, which I would say, I was trying to go through, but almost all of them are supporting MAP A. So I don't have the exact number, but it's a far, far majority. Just want to add that to the public record so people don't think that we're not listening to the public comment and the emails that were read previously.
Right, and the ones we have with us today are just the ones that have come in the past week. We had equally a larger packet earlier last time we met. So staff has put before us the recommended action.
Yeah, there's three separate
I
ones.
got that, and I think this. Yeah, Mary?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have one more thing to add.
Okay.
I just wanted to say thank you to Paul for looking up that little area, what the population is. I didn't realize how densely populated that area was, knowing how big of a change that will make. I think I don't prefer that. I would actually prefer the staff's recommendation for MAP A. One of the things I liked about it was that the population was so equal. It was such a small deviation between the districts. So I actually would prefer it the way that it's drafted.
So Mary's got support. Having had this conversation and looking at the population and the evenness of how they are populated is one piece, but I thought a good case was made for moving that section over to be even with the change because it's so thoughtful. So I'm willing to look at the rest.
I agree with the mayor, and I, again, had the same thought that Councilmember Luros. I thought, wow, I was really holding on to the 2.4%. I thought that was a big win. And then I was adding the different populations, and so A would stay, of course, as not MAP A, but Area A would stay the 19,340. Area B would change to 20,221. Area C would go down to 18,437, but Area D is 18,911. And I was looking at that, and I was trying to get the sense of what the neighborhoods would feel and the residents would feel. I'm sure they would care a lot less about the deviation percentage, which I thought was kind of a cool thing because I like data, the 2.4%, and they would want a more holistic approach in terms of what their neighborhood feels like and where they feel more connected to. And so therefore, I like the idea of connecting that one area to Area B.
If I could just pipe in, this is Paul Mitchell again. I've emailed to Marguerite and to the staff and attorneys a packet called Napa Plan A1, which represents the changes that that are being discussed. And if you maybe, this is all brand new, but maybe if there's a way to, either I could share it here, or if council members want to see the full packet, they can be emailed that full packet.
So
it's the same packet for the other maps.
Can I make a comment?
You can make a comment.
Okay. I just want to say that one of the things I remember Paul telling us back in the beginning when he was instructing us about all of this is that the maps are pretty much drawn by the community and the residents, and that they do the very best effort that they possibly can do to bring the maps to us, and that it doesn't look good when we change the maps that the community has pushed out there. And so for that reason, I would agree with Mary Luros when she's saying, because after you read the numbers, Liz, the numbers across the top for the population, the ABCD, right now the ABCD is, the numbers are just almost exactly the same, but when you drop 845 out of C and then you add it to B, the numbers kind of go like a graph like this, like a heartbeat. And so I would agree with Mary Luros to keep the 845 in the C as staff has presented it and Paul has drawn it up for us.
And I'm going to look at you, Scott. Weigh in. Okay.
Yeah, Councilmember Lewis, you're not realizing the population there. It's based on two condominium projects over there, the Village Parkway and Golden Gate Circle. They're very dense condominium projects over there. So the rest of the population on Grandview and down Hilton a little farther down is real rural. Then you have the new neighborhood, St. Francis, which adds some of that. But that's the density there. But how that community, I feel that connectivity and, that whole, condensed thing seems to me outweigh than just simply numbers, because the numbers will change next year. I know we base these numbers kind of on a 5-year rolling on an old census to kind of get an average, but these numbers for population, it's as was explained, it's an estimate, and so I don't really want to put too much faith in that number right now. To me, it makes more logical sense to have that neighborhood align with the west side of 29 and their neighbors to the north. It just seems to be logical to me, and I really wouldn't want to gerrymander it a little bit just to try to balance the numbers when we still fall in the deviation, the acceptable deviation. So I guess I'm the swing on that.
It appears. All right, so we are trying to figure out moving forward, and you've got a plan A1. Have you sent it to staff?
He can share it if it's the easiest. I'm not sure if you do want to see that plan, if he's able to share. I don't know if that's okay.
Can people see it here?
Yeah.
So whoever did the math, they did it perfectly in terms of calculating the population here of districts B and C and the change. And the deviation, as you can see, still is underneath that 10%. So the way that District B looks, you can see now, follows the highway. This little sliver here is one census block. I don't believe there's any population there, but we can clean that up if necessary. And then District C has more of it is a more kind of compact set of districts. It might visibly look more easier to communicate, more clean, and the exchange is obviously the deviation. So the conversation you're having is exactly the right one to be having.
You can do that really fast. That's pretty amazing. I'm amazed by the technology. All right.
I was praising my staff. My staff did an amazing job to be able to do that while we were talking, so it was great.
So can I say something?
You may.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know if I have the right microphone. There's the right microphone. So what were you saying, Paul, back in the beginning about when you were first presenting to us, like the very first time when you were saying how city councils can change maps that you present, but rarely do change boundaries? Does that really matter? It's sticking in my head that you were saying that it mattered, that people lose their confidence in us a little bit when we alter the lines that they presented to us.
Yeah, I'll clarify that, because I didn't intend for that to mean that this isn't an iterative process, that for some reason the lines that are drawn by staff should have such weight that the council doesn't then go in and start to make adjustments. We are here, I think, to make any adjustments that you or the members of the public call out as being necessary. What is imperative, and I think the thing that I've hit repeatedly, is that when you're at your final hearing, when you have chosen a plan and it has been public for 7 days, that when you're coming in that final hearing, you're going to be making an up or down vote on the final plan that you are not going to be making changes to. In this hearing and the next hearing, you still have avenues to make any adjustments and make sure that it's right. But what you don't want is a process whereby we have, this entire 90-day workshops, public meetings, and at the very last moment that you adopt a plan that hasn't been public for 7 days. You should consider yourselves right now in the midst of an iterative process where making changes is a part of the natural progression.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Madam Mayor, if I could just supplement the comment that Mr. Mitchell just made. There is a little bit of a tightness in the time frame that we have, agreeing with his comment about the ability for council to take action on the proposed Plan A that Mr. Mitchell has submitted. But because of the 7-day time frame for publishing maps, at the next public hearing, which will be April 28th, there will only be 7 days between April 28th and May 5, which is the last public hearing that's scheduled. So there is a tight time frame for the last 2 hearings after this hearing.
Yeah, and any changes you make, I'm going to have to be able to produce for the city tonight to post for the meeting on the 28th. So that's one of the reasons why we're doing these so quickly.
Okay. Can you put up the slide that has the actions? So we are about to take an action to provide district, and we're reminded, I guess, of the criteria: substantially equal population, comply with U.S. and California constitutions, geographically contiguous, respect communities of interest, boundaries are easily understood by residents, geographically compact districts, and do not discriminate against or for a political party. Yeah, that is not coming up here. So.
Yeah. So.
Okay, we're not going to that one yet.
So on this one, I make a recommendation that we accept Plan A the way it was presented.
So I have a motion to accept Plan A as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to accept Plan A. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh, roll call.
Oh.
I was on a roll
That's
there.
Okay. Council members Alessio?
No.
Oh. No. LaRose?
Aye.
Oh, sorry, I was writing. Sedgley?
No.
Vice Mayor Gentry?
Yes.
Mayor Tuckle?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Motion fails.
So it didn't pass. The motion didn't pass.
3 noes.
So is
3
there
noes.
another motion? Okay.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to recommend map A1.
A1.
Second.
We have a second. Roll call.
Council members Alessio?
Yes.
Councilmember LaRose?
Aye.
Councilmember Sedgley? For map A1.
Sedgley?
Yes, Sedgley.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gentry?
Yes.
Mayor Tuckle?
Yes.
Okay, so that motion passes unanimously.
Okay. So we've made step 1 of 3 steps. Okay, step 2 is the sequencing of the elections. Is that accurate?
Correct.
So I make a motion that we do BC this year and AD in 2022.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
A motion and second. Roll call.
Sorry, typing and talking is hard. Council members Alessio?
Yes.
LaRose?
Aye.
Sedgley?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gentry?
Yes.
Mayor Tuckle?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that's passes unanimously.
And part 3 is introduce the ordinance. Okay. So is there a motion to introduce the ordinance and that we will come back at a public hearing on April 28th and May 5th?
So move.
I have a motion
I'll second.
and a second. Roll call.
Council members Alessio? Yes. LaRose?
Aye.
Sedgley?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gentry?
Yes.
Mayor Tuckle?
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously.
So we will be publishing this map tomorrow.
It'll be published tonight to meet the
We will be
criteria.
publishing this map tonight. Staff is never going home. And we will have another public hearing to receive public comment next Tuesday at 6:30. And are there any comments by council or city manager?
I'd like to comment, the city clerk and her staff, and all of staff, but to pull this off tonight for our first one, I mean, it was amazing. And it seemed, it worked well with our consultants and with Mary at home. It seemed like we got the message across clearly. I think all those who wish to participated, so outstanding. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience and flexibility as we navigate this uncharted territory, as we've been calling it. So we appreciate, and thank you, public, for your patience with this as well.
So at this point, I'm going to adjourn this meeting. Our next meeting will be next Tuesday at 6:30. See you then. Meeting adjourned.